Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight's story, we dive into the lore of the Raptor, Chaos Lord of the Black Legion, the Herald of Abaddon. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I don't know, thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the madness.
The warship moved through the warp like a blade dragged through an open wound. Its name had been erased from Imperial records 10,000 years before. It had worn other names since then, some hammered into brass upon its prow, some painted in blood across its launch decks, some whispered only by slaves who died before the sound had finished leaving their mouths. Among the Black Legion, it was called the Dread Omen, though the vessel itself had never answered to any name. It answered to hunger. It answered to wrath. It answered to the War Master. Beyond its void shields, unreality bruised and convulsed. The Immaterium pressed against the Geller field in colours that no sane eye had names for, forming faces out of stormlight and dragging skeletal hands across the ship's invisible skin. Things larger than cities swam in the deep madness outside, their silhouettes appearing for heartbeats before the warp folded them into impossible angles. Voices crawled through the hull, heard through teeth and bone rather than ears. They promised revelation. They begged for sacrifice. They laughed with the wet patience of open graves. Within the dread omen, the dead were never silent. Chained trophies hung from the vaulted corridors, loyalist helms with cracked lenses, ecclesiarchal icons turned upside down and welded to hooks, officer skulls plated in black iron, banners taken from fortress monasteries, crusade fleets, shrine worlds, and regimental cathedra, all reduced to ragged cloth beneath the eye of Horus. Corpse icons swayed from gantries in the engine decks, each one wired with vox throats that hissed and clicked and repeated the same name without pause. Abaddon. 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 The name came from shrines made of brass and bone. It came from speaker grills stitched into the mouths of flayed saints. It came from the tongues of servitors whose minds had been burned away until only obedience and pain remained. It moved through the ship like a second atmosphere, thick enough to taste, sacred enough to kill for. In the strategium, the name was quieter. That made it worse. The chamber was vast, circular, and black as the inside of a sealed tomb. Its ceiling vanished into shadow, where chained skull lamps burned with witch flame. Brass data spines climbed the walls. Hololithic projectors flickered above a central dais, their light painting the armour of gathered warlords in corpse blue and arterial red. The floor was a map of old conquest, each tile made from the armour plate of a defeated enemy. Ultramarine blue, Blood Angel red, Imperial Fist yellow, Cadian green, Sororitas bone, Nighthouse crimson. Thousands of fragments, trampled smooth under the boots of traitors who had never forgiven the galaxy for surviving them. Astropaths knelt in iron cages around the chamber's rim. They were blind, shaven, and almost dead. Bronze nails pinned their hands to the arms of their restraint thrones. Cables ran from their scalps into the strategium's vox altar. Their mouths opened and closed without breath. Every few moments, one of them convulsed hard enough to snap teeth against the inside of his mask. Their souls had been turned into instruments. Their agony lit the chamber. Haarken Worldclaimer stood before the hololithic image of Morant Vane and said nothing. Silence suited him. It gathered around him like carrion birds. He wore the black and gold of the Black Legion, but no armour remained pure after centuries in the Long War. His plate was layered with kill trophies, oath parchments, strips of flayed heraldry, fragments of broken aquila, and chains darkened by old blood. Skulls hung from his warplate, some human, some transhuman, some never born of any sane anatomy. His helm rested beneath one arm, its lenses dark, its mouth grill wrought into a raptor's sneer. Folded upon his back, the Surfer 5 pattern jump pack crouched like a winged predator at rest, its turbines cold, its vent veins folded inward like the pinions of a dead angel. At his side, chained in black links etched with hexagrammic mockery, hung the Hell Spear. The weapon seemed too still. It was taller than a mortal man and cruel in every line, its haft dark as funeral iron, its blade long, hooked, and thirsty. The spearhead bore stains that no sanctified flame would cleanse. Its edge remembered every throat, every breastplate joint, every gene-wrought heart it had opened. Those who stood too close heard whispers from it. Those who listened too long began answering. Haarken did not listen. He commanded. Around him waited the War Council, Black Legion chosen, Raptor Lords, sorcerous heralds draped in chain script, a warpsmith whose mechadendrites twitched like butcher's hooks, mortal commanders in carapace and tarnished braid, each one careful to keep his eyes lowered. There were warriors in that chamber who had burned worlds before the Imperium had learned how to worship its own corpse. There were murderers whose names had been carved into the walls of loyalist chapels as warnings. There were champions who had killed for gods, for pride, for spite, and for nothing at all. None of them interrupted Haarken while he studied the world. Morant Vane turned in the hololithic gloom, a fortress hive world, a prayer-choked bastion in Imperium Nihilus, a swollen iron planet girded by orbital defense plates, shrine moons, armored docks, void stations, macro-cannon bastions, and rings of dead rock dragged into place as shielded gun platforms. Its continents were black with industry and pale with cathedral stone. Hive spires rose from the crust like rusted nails through flesh. Trench networks scarred the ash wastes between them. Fortress monasteries crowned the mountains. Pilgrimage roads crossed the equatorial deserts, each road wide enough to march tank divisions from horizon to horizon. Beneath the surface, vaults, bunkers, manufactoria, corpse processing halls, and ammunition catacombs descended through layers of rock and iron until they touched the heat of the planet's wounded heart. Billions knelt upon Morant Vane. Billions worked. Billions prayed. Billions feared. Haarken looked upon them all and saw not a population, not an army, not a world, but a body. He turned his gaze to the pulse points. "Where does it sing loudest?" he asked. The question rasped through the strategium, cold and clear through the vox grill of his gorget. It was not loud. It did not need to be. The chamber became more silent to hear him. A hooded mortal officer stepped forward, his face corpse pale beneath augmetic lenses. He carried a slate chained to his wrist. "My lord, the principal ecclesiarchal concentrations are here, here, and here. The Basilica of St. Vaughan occupies the crown of Hive Primus. Secondary shrine fortresses stand across the northern meridian. Pilgrim density is highest along the ash roads approaching the capital Hive. The hololith bled icons into being. Cathedral spires, reliquary vaults, vox pulpits, processional routes. Haarken watched the world's faith reveal itself in points of light. Where does it command? Another projection unfolded. Bunkers, command keeps, subsurface bastions, relay towers, orbital uplinks. Lord Marshal Severian Holt's name appeared in high Gothic cipher above the largest of the fortress marks. The name meant nothing yet. It would mean something later when it was spoken by dying mouths. Where does it listen? Haarken asked. The warpsmith answered this time. Dragil of the 9th Coil dragged himself forward on clawed augmetics, his armor fused with blackened machinery, his voice emerging as a layered scrape of Binharic static and wet human speech. The planetary Vox architecture converges beneath Hive Primus, my lord. Primary astropathic choir within the Basilica of St. Vaughan. Military relay nexus below Bastion Severitus. Civilian broadcast towers distributed through every Hive crown. Redundancy is extensive. Machine spirits are chained by mechanicus right. Their obedience is rigid. Haarken inclined his head. Rigid things break cleanly. A low chuckle moved through the gathered heretic Astartes. Not mirth. Anticipation. He circled the hololith. The world turned beneath his shadow. He did not ask how many armoured regiments defended the equatorial approaches. He did not ask how many void stations guarded the high anchorages. He did not ask how many millions of soldiers wore morkentine grey and brass beneath the two-headed eagle. Such things mattered, but only as bone mattered to a butcher. Structure, resistance, something to split at the joint. Faith at the crown, Haarken said. Command beneath stone, vox beneath both. Panic will descend if we open the throat. Vorgast of the Black Pinion gave a growl of approval. The Raptor champion stood hunched, talons clicking against the tiled remains of an imperial fist pauldron beneath his feet. His jump pack was broader and older than Haarken's, its vents daubed with old gore, its turbines carved with kill counts and curses. Let us fall upon the basilica first, tear the priests from their pulpit, hang their skins from the spires. The Hive will see. The Hive must hear, Haarken said. Vorgast bowed his head by the smallest degree. At the edge of the circle, another warrior laughed. It was a harsh, grinding sound. Lord Cairn Vor, called the Ashen Prince by the slaves foolish enough to flatter him, stepped from the gloom. His Terminator plate was massive, cracked white and black beneath smears of battle filth. He wore a cloak made from strips of Astra Militarum regimental banners. A demon blade purred in one fist, its edge trembling with impatience. A sermon, then, Vor said. That is what this council has become. We stand in the warp, within striking distance of a fortress world, with armories full and blades thirsty, and we speak of choirs, pulpits, and panic. How far the long war has fallen when a messenger commands the talons of the War Master. The chamber changed, not visibly, not at first. The mortal officers stopped breathing. The astropaths continued twitching in their cages, but even their moans seemed to recede. Several chosen turned their helms toward Vor. No one reached for a weapon. That was not restraint. That was curiosity. Haarken did not look at him. Vor continued, mistaking silence for permission. I have drowned agri-worlds in their own oceans. I have broken imperial knights beneath my fists. I have fed chapter serfs to the engines of my ship until the decks ran ankle-deep in grease and bone. You announce doom. I deliver it. Tell me why the war host bends knee to a herald. Haarken's hand closed around the hellspear. The chain links fell away from the weapon one by one, each striking the floor with the sound of a funeral bell. He turned at last. Without his helm, his face was pale and severe, the face of a corpse carved into nobility by hatred. His eyes held no frenzy, no red froth of devotion, no twitching hunger for the favour of laughing gods, only judgment. You mistake proclamation for permission, Haarken said. Vor raised his blade. And you mistake silence for obedience. The Terminator Lord moved with the speed of something far less massive. His demon blade howled, trailing black fire. The floor cracked beneath his charge. Haarken ignited his jump pack inside the strategium. The sound was thunder trapped in a cathedral. Turbines screamed. Heat washed across the council. The nearest mortal officer burst into flame without time to cry out. Haarken did not leap away. He drove forward, low and sudden, wings of engine fire unfolding behind him as the hellspear came up in a black arc. Vor's blade struck first, carving a line of sparks across Haarken's pauldron. Ceramite split. Blood hissed on heated plate. Haarken did not slow. The hellspear entered beneath Vor's breastplate, finding the seam where ancient armor met corrupted flesh. It punched through ceramite, through fused rib, through the swollen first heart, through the second, and out between the reactor vents of his back. The force of the blow lifted the Terminator Lord from the floor. His demon blade clattered loose, screeching curses in a tongue that blistered the ears of nearby slaves. Vor hung there, impaled. His boots kicked once, twice. Haarken held him aloft with one hand. Black blood poured down the spear haft. It steamed where it touched the floor. Something inside Vor's chest tried to keep beating around the blade. The hellspear drank. The flesh around the wound tightened, then caved inward. Vor's mouth opened. No words came. Only a bubbling mass of blood, clotted lung, and fragments of organ meat spilled over his chin. Haarken stepped closer until their faces were almost touching. "You delivered nothing," he said. "You took what was already broken and called the carrion feast a conquest. I am the word before the blade. I am the promise that makes coward hearts burst before the first shell falls. I am the shadow beneath the door. I am the voice in the last Vox channel. I am the reason commanders look to the sky and forget the men dying at their feet." Vor twitched again. His armor systems whined. Red warning runes blinked across his gorget. Haarken twisted the hellspear. Both hearts came apart. The Terminator Lord's body spasmed so violently that bones snapped inside the armor. His corpse voided black filth down its greaves. The smell filled the strategium, hot and rotten and metallic. Haarken tore the spear free. Vor fell to the floor like a collapsed shrine. For several breaths, no one spoke. The only sounds were the crackle of burning flesh from the dead mortal officer, the wet ticking of Vor's ruined armor, and the faint whisper of the astropaths continuing to suffer in their cages. Haarken looked across the council. Does another warrior wish to confuse rank with purpose? No one answered, not because they were afraid to die. Many of them had died in spirit long ago. Some had died in body and returned through rites too foul for mortal scripture. They were silent because the lesson had been sufficient. Haarken had not killed Vor in rage. He had not risen to insult. He had corrected an error in the order of things. The War Master's will had arrived aboard the dread omen sealed in black iron and old blood. It had been carried by an emissary whose tongue had been cut out so that only the command seal spoke. No debate, no petition, no alteration. Abaddon had looked across the bleeding stars and chosen Morant Vane to learn the shape of coming night. Haarken was that lesson. "Begin the rites of approach," he said. "Wake the Dreadclaws, arm the mortal regiments, feed coordinates to the fleet. I want the corpse worshippers listening before they are dying. I want their priests contradicting their officers. I want their officers doubting their auspex. I want their children born into sirens and their old men choking on ash before my talons touch their walls." The warpsmith bowed, mechadendrites scraping sparks from the floor. "As the War Master wills." "As I proclaim," Haarken said. The correction was soft. It carried through every helm and throat in the room. Drazel bowed lower. "As you proclaim, Lord Herald." Haarken turned back to Morant Vane. The hololith magnified Hive Primus until the capital filled the air. Its cathedral crown glittered with void shield shimmer. Its upper spires stabbed into storm cloud. Its lower districts vanished beneath smog, industry, and the heat haze of billions labouring in ignorance beneath the gaze of a corpse on terror. Processions were already moving through its avenues. The faithful had been warned of warp disturbance. They would be told to pray. They would be told their obedience mattered. They would be told the Emperor protected. Haarken almost smiled. Faith made such clean fractures. He lifted the Hellspear. Vor's blood crawled along its blade and vanished into the metal. The weapon trembled, satisfied, but not sated. "Open every channel that still believes itself secure," Haarken commanded. The astropaths screamed as one. Their cages flooded with witchlight. Nails tore through palms as their bodies arched against restraints. One burst his tongue between his teeth and drowned in his own blood. Another's eye sockets filled with flame beneath the blindfold. The Vox altar woke, brass throats unfolding like obscene flowers. Across the dread omen, shrines ceased repeating Abaddon's name for the first time in many days. The silence lasted long enough to become holy. Then Haarken Worldclaimer spoke. His voice entered the Vox. It passed through the screaming choir, through the ship's black systems, through the Geller field's trembling skin, through the storm and madness of the warp. It rode scrap code and sorcery. It rode hatred. It rode the authority of the despoiler's chosen herald. "Morant vain," he said. On the world below, officers would look up from strategy tables. Priests would falter mid-hymn. Vox servitors would twitch and bleed oil from their grills. Soldiers would hear the sound in their helmets and think, for one doomed instant, that command had spoken. Haarken leaned closer to the altar. "Morant vain has 80 days. Count them in screams." The transmission ended. The warp howled. Far beyond the storm, across the fortress Hive world turning beneath its shielded heavens, every cathedral bell began to ring. No living hand pulled the ropes. Lord Marshal Severian Holt had not slept since the bells began to ring. He stood within the primary command nave beneath Bastion Severitus, a fortress buried so deep under the basalt bones of Morant Vain that the mountain above it had been carved into the likeness of a kneeling martyr. The martyr's stone hands clasped a sword the size of a cathedral spire. Its granite face stared east over the ash wastes, blind to the fire that had not yet come. Beneath that colossal idol, men in grey greatcoats and brass rebreathers moved between tactical lecterns, vox stations, auspex shrines, cogitator banks, and hololithic projection altars. Every surface trembled with contradictory information. Orbital augurs reported no invasion fleet. Shrine vox stations reported enemy contact in every cardinal zone. The astropathic choir reported screams. Not words, not coordinates. Screams. Holt watched the hololithic globe of Morant Vain flicker above the command dais. It was supposed to show shield integrity, orbital traffic, militia readiness, manufactorum output, and civil compliance in ordered layers of green, amber, and red. Instead, it spasmed like a dying nervous system. Hive Primus blinked red, then green, then black. The Ash Road pilgrim corridors vanished from the display, then returned marked as enemy landing zones. 3 fortress monasteries reported themselves destroyed despite still answering command hails. An orbital bastion transmitted an all clear in the voice of a commander who had been dead for 11 years. Holt's face did not change. He had been bred from a line of siege officers and famine governors. His skull was narrow, his jaw hard, his eyes the colour of gunmetal beneath old augmetic lenses. His uniform was black beneath a breastplate of lacquered carapace, its edges chased in prayer script. Medals hung from his chest, not for vanity, but because the Munitorum demanded visible proof that a commander had survived enough wars to be worth obeying. A power saber rested at his hip. A bolt pistol sat mag-locked against his thigh. Around his neck hung a small iron aquila, darkened by years of thumb-worn devotion. He looked like a man carved to fit inside a command throne. "Report again," he said. The nearest Vox officer swallowed. His name was Major Caldus Wren, a lean man with a shaved scalp and a devotional brand burned into the skin between his brows. He wore a headset linked into 3 separate command channels, and blood had begun to trickle from his left ear. "My lord, outer orbital augurs continue to deny hostile mass translation. Defense monitor Canticum Hammer reports clear void lanes. Bastion Angelus reports visual confirmation of Black Legion warships above the Northern Hemisphere. Bastion Angelus also reports that Bastion Angelus has been overrun. Has it? No, my lord. We have picked confirmation from its western gun cloister. Loyal personnel remain in place. Then mark its Vox as compromised." "It is already marked, my lord." Holt turned his gaze to the hololith. "Why is it still feeding into my command table?" Wren hesitated for half a heartbeat too long. A commissar standing near the command steps placed one black-gloved hand upon the grip of his pistol. Wren spoke faster. "Because the same transmission is arriving through civilian shrine relays, manufacturum alarm circuits, Medici emergency bands, PDF artillery cant, Pilgrim Road loudspeakers, and the cathedral bell network. It is not entering through one throat, my lord. It is speaking through the whole body." Around the nave, men made signs of the aquila. Some did it quickly, with practiced efficiency. Others did it like drowning men clutching wreckage. Holt did not. "What does it say?" Wren's lips moved before sound came. "It says we have 80 days. The command nave seemed to grow colder. Holt looked up at the ranks of officers, adepts, Vox serfs, scribes, cartographers, and tactical savants. Fear moved among them in tiny betrayals. A clenched hand, a missed rune stroke, a muttered oath, a glance toward the ceiling, as though the mountain might suddenly split open and drop the enemy among them. "Play it," Holt said. A tech priest Dominus turned towards him in a rasp of robes, cables, and machine incense. Magos Ekranthule had no visible face, only a cluster of red lenses set within a brass mask. "Advisory. Repetition may propagate further corruption through unshielded wetware and unsanctified auditory organs. Play it shielded." The Magos clicked in Binharic irritation. "Compliance." The command nave's Vox altar woke with a low growl. Servitors hardwired into its base spasmed as incense burners exhaled thick clouds of sanctified smoke. A recorded burst of static rose through the speakers. Beneath the static came chanting. At first it sounded like an imperial hymn, distorted but recognizable, the opening verse of the canticle of adamant obedience. The words marched in solemn cadence, carried by a choir of male voices from some shrine station far above. Then another voice slipped between the verses. It did not shout. It did not rage. It carried no lunatic froth, no demonic shriek, no crude battlefield boast. It spoke with the calm of a blade placed against the throat of a sleeping man. Morant Vane. Several officers flinched. Holt listened. Morant Vane has 80 days. Count them in screams. The Vox cut out. The silence afterwards was worse than the message. A junior artillery prefect whispered a prayer. The commissar beside him struck him across the face hard enough to split his lip. Holt let it stand. Prayer had its place. Panic wearing a prayer's skin did not. Source? Multiple, said Wren. Orbital bleed, shrine vox, astropathic resonance, scrap code carrier, and local rebroadcast. Some parts are arriving from beyond the system. Some are originating inside Hive Primus. Inside. Yes, my lord. Find the origin points. We are trying. Try with greater competence. Wren bowed his head. By your command. The first Manufactorum disaster came before the hour was out. It began in the 8th Shell District of Hive Primus, where Macro Foundry Vaughn's Lament had produced artillery munitions for 4,000 years without missing a quota. Its machine spirits were ancient, obedient, and cruel. Men lived and died beneath its stamping presses. Entire bloodlines were born with soot in their lungs and munition numbers branded across their wrists. The Forge had survived food riots, orc raids, labour purges, reactor fires, and 2 minor demonic manifestations during the Nocturne Schism. It should have endured a corrupted transmission. It did not. The first shells rolled from the consecration line bearing altered prayers, not blatant heresy. Not at first. That would have been detected. The script was almost correct, almost holy. The difference lay in the turn of a phrase, the inversion of a vow, the replacement of the Emperor's mercy with the War Master's certainty. A tired overseer read the inscription and began bleeding from his nose. A servitor stamped the next casing with the Eye of Horus. A quality control adept reported the fault, then received a correction order in Holt's own command cipher instructing him to approve the batch and increase production. The LASPAC lines followed. Power cells left their cradles unstable, devotional seals intact, charge indicators green. The first test rack detonated and turned 47 munition workers into wet shadows painted across the plasteel walls. Their bones rattled down from the ceiling gantries for several minutes afterwards. Men slipped on them while trying to reach the emergency cutoffs. Targeting cogitators reversed identification matrices. Friendly armor icons became hostile. Enemy silhouettes became saints. In a training bay, a squad of PDF gunners tested a freshly issued autocannon Spirit Link and watched their weapon swivel of its own accord. It fired until every man in the chamber was cut apart from ankle to skull, their bodies knocked into pieces so rapidly that some of the severed hands were still twitching around lasgun grips when the gun ran dry. Reports flooded Bastion Severitus. Holt read them all. He did not shout. The men around him wished he would. Rage was human. Silence was not. Seal Macro Foundry Vaughn's Lament, he said. A Munitorum colonel looked stricken. My lord, it supplies nearly 1/5 of our heavy shell requirement for the central defensive belt. Seal it. The workers inside number in the hundreds of thousands. Then hundreds of thousands will die in service rather than millions through contamination. The colonel's mouth shut. Holt turned to Magos Thula. Can the forge be purged? Uncertain. Scrap code exhibits adaptive malice. It wears local machine cant as camouflage. Surgical cleansing may require isolation. Time: 3 days, if the Omnissiah shows favour. We do not have 3 days. Begin with firewalls, end with fire. Compliance. Above them, the Hive tried to pray louder than the enemy. Every cathedral, chapel, reliquary, transit shrine, manufactorum pulpit, and barracks altar received the order from the ecclesiarchy. Hymns were to be broadcast without pause. Pilgrims were to kneel in the avenues. Confessors were to lead mass recitations of the litany against fear. Servo skulls bearing censers drifted through habstacks. Preachers stood upon armoured pulpits and screamed until their throats tore raw. The faithful answered in their billions, a planetary roar of devotion climbing into the smog-heavy sky. For a time, it almost worked. The enemy voice faded beneath the thunder of imperial worship. Vox channels filled with hymnal cadence. Men stood straighter at their posts. Soldiers kissed ammunition casings and rechecked bayonets. Tank crews daubed fresh aquila on their hulls. Artillerymen chalked prayers onto shells and loaded them with shaking hands. Then Haarken spoke between the verses, not over them, between them. Where a breath should have been, there was his voice. Where a choir paused before the Emperor's name, the Herald's promise slid into the gap. Where the faithful said, "Protect us," he answered, "No throne hears you." Where they swore duty, he promised the oath would become a death rattle. In the Vox Cathedral of St. Vaughan, the choir tried to drown him. The cathedral crowned Hive Primus like a spear of bone and gold thrust into the poisoned sky. Its Vox organ was a sacred monstrosity of brass pipes, amp caskets, relic speakers, and human throats. 300 choir serfs were wired into the pulpit dais, their lungs enhanced, their nerves spliced into harmonic engines, their tongues tattooed with micro-scriptures. Before them stood Archdeacon Malrek Dain, his old body held upright by a spine of silver braces and rage. "Louder!" he commanded. The choir obeyed. Their hymn shook dust from the rafters. It rolled across Hive Primus in a wave of faith and sound. Hab windows cracked, servo skulls spun drunkenly in the air. Men in the streets fell to their knees weeping. The enemy voice returned. The archdeacon raised his crozius. "Louder!" The choir screamed the hymn. Haarken's voice came through their mouths. One choir serf's jaw split at the hinge. Another's teeth shattered outward in a spray of enamel and blood. A third vomited black static, thick and oily, before his throat burst open from within. The Vox organ pipes turned red hot. Brass ruptured. Human lungs overinflated until ribs cracked. Tongues tore free and slapped wetly against the pulpit steps. The sacred music became a butcher's choir of rupturing meat. Archdeacon Dain tried to continue the litany alone. His first word came out as a gargle. Every speaker in the cathedral opened at once. The sound hit the choir like artillery. Men burst in their restraint thrones. Robes vanished beneath sudden fans of blood. Bone chips pattered across the marble. Copper steam rose from the pulpit, thick with the stink of cooked tissue and sanctified incense. A servo skull carrying a censer drifted through the red mist and emerged trailing strings of lung. When the transmission ended, the Vox Cathedral still stood. Its choir did not. The report reached Holt 6 minutes later. He closed his eyes once, not in grief, in calculation. "Casualties. Total choir loss," Wren said. His voice had gone hoarse. "Archdeacon dead. Secondary pulpit staff dead or senseless. Cathedral Vox organ inoperative. Local morale degradation severe. Enemy presence? None confirmed. That was the horror of it. No drop pods had fallen. No Black Legion warband had breached the walls. No Raptors had descended through the Hive clouds. No bolters had roared in the avenues. No chain blades had opened men from groin to throat. Haarken Worldclaimer remained somewhere beyond sight, aboard a warship hidden in storm and void, and still men were dying with his words inside their skulls. His cruelty had arrived before his body. In the foundations of Hive Primus, other voices answered. Corpse-guild workers in the rendering levels stopped feeding the dead into the grinders and began arranging bodies in the shape of an eye. Penal labourers in the water reclamation vaults strangled their overseers with chain manacles and painted black runes across the cistern walls. Press-ganged manufacturum gangs broke open sealed tool reliquaries and took up industrial saws, rivet guns, and furnace hooks. In the sump dark beneath Habstack Gethsemar, men who had whispered to forbidden things for years finally rose from hiding. They marked the walls with the eye of Horus. Some used paint, some used oil, some used blood. Some used the flayed skin of their shift bosses nailed flat and cut into the old, hateful shape. They did not yet know if the Black Legion would come for them. They did not need to know. The proclamation had given them permission to become what they had always been beneath their work clothes and ration scars. The Hive began killing itself in corners too small for the defense grid to see. A ration queue became a riot when a loudspeaker ordered evacuation into a sealed furnace district. A Medici convoy drove into an artillery loading yard after receiving false casualty coordinates and was crushed beneath ammunition lifters. 2 PDF platoons opened fire on each other in a transit tunnel after both received authentication codes naming the other as traitor. A pilgrim procession marched into a quarantine zone singing praises to the Emperor, while men above them begged command for permission to open fire. Holt gave permission. By the time the smoke cleared, the pilgrims were ash and the quarantine gate remained sealed. "My lord," Wren said quietly, "civilian channels are now the primary infection vector. Shrine relays, hab speakers, manufacturum sirens, transit announcements, ration bell systems, all compromised or partially compromised." Holt stared at the hololith. It no longer looked like a world. It looked like a wound with too many arteries cut. "Sever them." Wren turned. "My lord? All civilian Vox, all non-military broadcast architecture, all shrine relay public output. Sever them from command authority. Burn any channel that resists. Hardline military command only. Astropathic access under armed watch. Mechanicus confirmation required for every relayed order above company level." The commissar nodded once, approving. Wren did not. "My lord, whole districts will be blind. Emergency orders will not reach them. Evacuation routes, ration control, Medicaid summons, fire warnings, curfew mandates. All of it will be gone. Then they will have silence. They will have panic. They already have panic. Now they will have less of his voice." Wren looked down at his console. His fingers moved over the runes, but slowly, as though each command weighed as much as a shell. Across Hive Primus, the world went quiet by pieces. Transit shrines died first, then hab speakers, then factory alarm choirs, then ration bell towers, then Medici summons. Men trapped in burning manufactoria screamed for instructions and received none. District wardens shouted themselves bloody trying to direct crowds that could no longer hear central command. Entire hab blocks sealed their own doors, convinced abandonment meant infection. In some places, the silence steadied the faithful. In others, it became a pit into which reason fell and did not climb out. The enemy voice faded from the public vox. The killing did not. Holt watched the casualty projections climb. Major Wren stood beside him, pale beneath the glow of failing runes. His whisper was almost lost beneath the murmur of the command nave. "My lord, he is not breaking our lines." Holt looked at the hololithic wound that had been his world. "No," he said, "he is teaching the lines to break themselves." No one answered. Above Hive Primus, the clouds began to burn. At first, it seemed to be only reflected fire from the hive below, a dull orange pulse beneath the smog canopy. Then the colour darkened. Black contrails scratched themselves across the heavens in long, hooked strokes. Ash fell upward for several impossible seconds, dragged by winds that had no place in sane weather. The contrails crossed, curved, and spread like wings. Burning debris from no visible aircraft streaked through the formation, outlining talons in ember light. Men on the upper walls saw it and stopped speaking. Priests saw it and forgot their hymns. Soldiers saw it through magnoculars and made the sign of the Aquila with shaking hands. Over Hive Primus, vast enough to shadow districts beneath its mark, the first Raptor icon appeared in the clouds. The first descent did not come against the walls. That was what the defenders expected. That was what the manuals described. What the Munitorum diagrams predicted. What the sermons promised the faithful would endure. A Black Legion, invasion, in the minds of those who had never seen one, was a storm of drop claws, landing craft, thunderhawks stolen and defiled, traitor armor grinding across no man's land while artillery screamed against bastions built to face the horizon. Lord Marshal Holt knew better. He had spent the hours since the Vox Cathedral died, watching the enemy refuse every shape the Imperium wished to give him. No massed landing, no honourable spear thrust at the fortress gates, no demand for surrender, no formal declaration beyond the first wound of a message. The foe had not come as an army at first. He had come as a voice, as a rot in the Vox, as madness in the Manufactoria, as silence in the streets. Now the sky itself began to scream. Across the upper reaches of Hive Primus, the storm clouds opened in long black tears. Augur shrines wailed. Air defense cogitators spat streams of targeting cant in frantic bursts. Sirens began their deep-throated bellow from wall towers, hab spires, gun cloisters, and munition stacks. Men ran to firing steps with flak armor half-sealed and rebreathers clamped over trembling mouths. Officers struck them with shock mauls and shouted them back into lines. Servo skulls drifted above the parapets, trailing sensors and warning streamers. At first, the descending shapes were only sparks. Then they became burning iron. Then they became warriors. Raptors fell through the upper atmosphere in scattered claws, not in parade formation, not in the rigid geometry of loyalist assault companies, but in a predatory spread like carrion birds stooping upon a battlefield already ripe with death. Their jump packs howled behind them, turbines shrieking with the voices of tortured engines. Black and gold armor flashed in the fires of re-entry. Wing veins cut trails through cloud and ash. Vox amplifiers mounted in their helms and breastplates unleashed a chorus of distorted screams, murder chants, broken hymns, and Haarken's earlier proclamation fractured into 1,000 overlapping echoes. Morant Vane has 80 days. Count them in screams. The words fell faster than the warriors. Hydra flak tanks opened fire from roof bastions and armoured terraces. Their autocannon batteries hammered the sky with disciplined fury, stitching lines of tracer fire across the descending claws. Defence lasers lanced upward from cathedral spires, burning white holes through the smoke. Macro batteries along the Hive shoulders thundered so hard that stained glass shattered in shrine towers miles away. The upper atmosphere became a furnace of exploding shells, molten armour, and tumbling bodies. Raptors died by the score. One was cut in half by a defence laser and spun apart in twin spirals of burning ceramite and cooked meat. Another took a flak burst through the helm, his skull vanishing inside his gorget while his body continued to descend, jump packs still firing, talons spread in a mockery of flight. 3 more slammed into each other when a shell burst between them, their broken armour locking together in a knot of limbs, cables and ruptured packs before they struck an infantry barracks with the force of an artillery shell. The dead became weapons. A burning Raptor crashed through the roof of Barrack Spire Jericho, punching down through 5 floors of sleeping soldiers before his jump pack detonated in the ammunition chapel below. The blast climbed the tower from within. Windows burst outward in rings of flame. Men were hurled into the air without armor, without weapons, some already burning, some still gripping bed frames, some reduced to black outlines surrounded by droplets of themselves. Another corpse meteor smashed into a fuel depot behind the Western Artillery Park. Promethium tanks ruptured one after another, vomiting fire across lines of Basilisk crews who had been preparing to fire on the sky. They died as silhouettes behind walls of orange heat, their mouths open, their lungs full of burning oil. Still, the Raptors came. They did not strike the strongest wall. They fell behind it. They came down upon Medici towers, where the wounded from the riots had been stacked in corridors beneath yellow lumen strips. They landed on command relay spires, their talons biting into antennae clusters, and their melter bombs blooming like small suns against shielded Vox housings. They dropped into artillery spotter nests, carved into saint statues overlooking the ash wastes, gutting observers and hurling their bodies from the eyes of stone martyrs. They struck munition elevators, officer hab spires, transit bridges, pilgrim control gates, and fortified signal chapels. They attacked the nerves, not the bone. A raptor claw plunged through the armoured windows of Relay Sanctum Geth, bursting into a chamber of Vox priests and signal officers. The defenders tried to fight. They were not cowards. Shotguns boomed. Lasfire burned black scars across corrupted plate. A priest with a chain-blade Rosarius charged, screaming the Emperor's name, and took 3 steps before a lightning claw opened him from shoulder to hip. His organs spilled down the front of his robes in a steaming rope. The raptor who killed him laughed through a Vox grill that turned the sound into a grinding machine shriek. The signal officers were herded against the transmitter banks, not killed at once. Raptors were not world eaters. Their savagery had purpose. They broke legs. They severed hands. They tore off lower jaws and left men choking, alive, staring at the ruin of their own obedience. Then they wired the relay sanctum to broadcast the screams. On the western side of Hive Primus, a munition elevator the size of a fortress tower rose from the deep magazines, carrying shells for the wall guns. Raptors landed upon it in a storm of black armour and wing flame. The elevator guards formed a shield line at the upper platform, locking riot plates and levelling shot cannons. Their captain shouted for them to hold. He died with his command unfinished when a chain blade entered his mouth and exited through the back of his skull, spraying brain matter across the armour of the men behind him. The shield line held for 7 heartbeats. Then the Raptors hit it. Chainswords screamed. Bolt pistols barked at point-blank range. Riot shields split. Arms came away at the elbow. Helmets collapsed inward beneath taloned boots. One soldier was cut open across the belly and tried to hold himself shut until a raptor hooked his fingers into the wound and dragged him forward as a living shield. Another fired his laser gun until the barrel glowed white, burning gouges across a traitor's pauldron before the answering blow took off his head and left the body standing for a moment, blood pulsing in thick ropes from the neck seal. The elevator continued upward. Its cargo detonated when a melter charge reached the shell cradles. The tower vomited fire from every seam. The blast hurled thousands of shells outward in an expanding storm. Some detonated, some did not. Heavy munitions rained across the surrounding districts, punching through hab roofs, crushing barricades, smashing into chapel domes, collapsing transit ways already filled with refugees and reserve platoons. Men who had survived the first blast were buried beneath their own ammunition. In Bastion Severitus, watched the icons die. Western relay chain compromised. Major Wren reported. His voice remained strained but functional. Blood had dried black beneath both ears. Munition lift 12 destroyed. Medici Tower Helix reporting enemy contact. No, correction, Helix no longer reporting. Artillery spotter nests along the northern crown are blind. Officer Spire Cord broadcasts enemy cant. Holt stood over the hololith with both hands braced on the edge of the command altar. "Do not chase them," he said. Several officers looked at him. He continued without raising his voice. "They want pursuit. They want officers running between fires. They want reserve companies splitting into packets small enough to butcher. Lock the sky bridges." "My lord," said a colonel of the Hive Watch, "there are still friendly formations crossing several of them. Lock them." The colonel hesitated. "Some will be trapped on the wrong side. Then they will hold the wrong side until death or relief. Lock them." The order passed. Across Hive Primus, adamantine gates slammed down at both ends of the great sky bridges. Some bridges sealed in time. Others closed on crowds, tanks, and men still trying to cross. A Chimera transport was caught beneath one descending gate and crushed flat, tracks squealing, crew screaming inside until the fuel cell cooked and silenced them. On Bridge St. Enoch, an infantry company trapped between gates watched Raptors land among them from above. Holt did not look away from the hololith as their life signs vanished. "Redirect armor reserve Kappa through the lower processional. Roads," he said. "Hydra squadrons to Hab crowns, not wall emplacements. Lay a fire over the Medica districts. Deny vertical movement corridors. Artillery, pattern phalanx mortis. I want overlapping airburst zones between every compromised tower." "Civilians remain in those districts," said Wren. Holt's eyes remained on the map. "So does the enemy." The guns answered. Basilisks and manticores spoke from the inner artillery parks. Their shells rose over the Hive in mournful arcs before descending into districts marked with red runes. Airbursts shredded rooftop avenues. Shrapnel storms cut Raptors from the air and turned whole Hab levels into slaughterhouses. Transit zones burned under Prometheum denial strikes. Skyways became rivers of fire. Men caught in them died clawing at sealed doors while the enemy hunted above the flames. Competence did not save the city. It merely made the butcher's work expensive. Then Haarken came. He descended last. Through the smoke, through the fire, through the flak bursts still chewing apart the heavens. He fell alone, a black shape outlined by burning cloud, his Surfer 5 pattern jump pack screaming behind him like a chained storm. His armor drank the light. Gold trim flashed like teeth. Trophies hammered against his plate. The Hellspear was in his hand, its blade angled downward toward the city, as though he meant to pin the world in place. Every defense system that could still see him fired. Tracer lines converged. Defense lasers cut the sky. A missile battery loosed a full rack from the roof of an officer spire. Haarken twisted in descent, not like a pilot, not like a falling man, but like a predator born to the drop. Explosions bloomed around him. One missile struck close enough to tear fragments from his left wing vein. Autocannon rounds sparked from his armor. A las beam glanced across his breastplate and left a molten scar through the eye of Horus. He did not slow. Below him lay Command Mustering Square Atraxes, a broad parade expanse between 3 officer Hab spires and a fortified lectern used for public addresses to assembled regiments. Thousands of soldiers had gathered there in broken formation, some awaiting orders, some redirected by false vox, some dragged from barracks by commissars to form reserve blocks against the raids. Their colonel stood at the command lectern beneath a bronze aquila, shouting orders through a hardline amplifier while the sky burned above him. His name was Colonel Bren Arturos. His courage was real. That made him useful. "Stand firm," Arturos roared. "Stand firm in the Emperor's sight. Fire by rank. Fire by rank. Target the descending traitor. Target the Black One. All guns upward." The square obeyed. Laser guns rose in thousands. Heavy stubbers opened from sandbag nests. Missile teams pivoted. The first volley turned the air above the square into a red lattice. Haarken came through it. He hit the ground in front of the lectern with the force of a falling shrine bell. Stone cracked outward beneath his boots. The shockwave knocked the nearest soldiers from their feet. Before Colonel Arturos could draw his power sword, the hellspear punched through his chest, through the lectern behind him, through the bronze, Aquila bolted to its face, and into the stone beneath. The colonel's mouth opened. Blood came out instead of orders. Haarken leaned close as the square stared. "Your courage is useful," he said. "I will spend it where others can see." He lifted the dying man with the spear still through him, raising him high enough that the regiments could watch the blood run down the haft. Then he tore the weapon free sideways. Arturos came apart from sternum to spine. His body struck the stones in two wet halves. The square broke, not all at once. Imperial discipline did not vanish like mist. Commissars shot fleeing men. Sergeants beat soldiers back into firing ranks. Heavy weapon crews kept firing even as Raptors landed among them. But the pattern was gone. The line had seen command impaled and made into ritual. It had seen the voice of the square opened and poured onto the stones. Haarken's Raptors struck from every side. They had herded the reserve companies into Atraxes with false signals and burning transit routes. Now they closed the trap. From the officer spires, from the Medicae tower roofs, from the smoke-choked sky bridges, they descended in shrieking arcs. The square became a basin of blades. Imperial soldiers formed shield lines around their standards. They locked bayonets and fired into black armor at killing distance. Some Raptors fell. One staggered under a dozen lash wounds before a grenade burst beneath his gorget and tore his helm away, revealing a face like wax stretched over hate. He died laughing, and his jump pack detonated as he fell, killing the men who had brought him down. For every traitor that died, dozens of men were opened. Chainswords chewed through shield lines, teeth screaming against metal before finding flesh. Limbs spun away trailing blood. Burst stomachs spilled grey loops of intestine across polished parade stone. Helmets shattered beneath taloned boots, spraying brain matter in wet fans across saint statues lining the square. Bolt pistols fired into packed ranks, and each shell turned a man into a red hole edged with armor fragments. A standard bearer held the Morcantine banner aloft with both hands until a Raptor severed his arms at the shoulder. The banner fell. The bearer tried to follow it with his eyes before another blow split his head down to the jaw. Haarken moved through the slaughter without haste. That was what men remembered later. Not speed, though he had it. Not strength, though he possessed more than enough to tear armoured men apart by hand. It was the calm, the certainty. He walked while others ran. He chose where to place each death. A commissar fired a bolt pistol into his chest at close range. The shells detonated against black ceramite, staggering him half a step. Haarken turned, took the man by the throat, and crushed slowly enough that everyone nearby heard the cartilage break in stages. He did not kill every survivor. He selected them. A lieutenant with both legs cut away was dragged to the edge of the square and left against a shattered statue. His stump wounds sealed badly with burning promethium. so he would not bleed out too quickly. A Vox sergeant had his hands removed and his mouth left intact. A standard guard was nailed by his own bayonet through the shoulder to a shrine door. Men who could speak were spared their tongues. Men who could crawl were spared one arm. Men who had seen Haarken clearly were given enough life to carry the image back into the Imperial lines. Fear needed witnesses. Above the square, Imperial artillery began to fall. Holt had found his answer. The first shells struck the surrounding spires, not the square itself. Officer Hab Cord disappeared behind a curtain of explosions. Stone, glass, furniture, bodies, and burning parchment rained down. A bridge linking two command towers vanished in a white flash, taking Raptors and Imperial survivors with it. Hydra batteries, redeployed by hardline order, opened from flanking rooftops and cut apart the air lanes. Heavy bolter nests, hidden beneath false chapel facades, came alive. Fire corridors crossed and overlapped, punishing every leap, every ascent, every attempt by the Raptors to scatter. Haarken looked up through the smoke. Somewhere deep beneath the mountain shaped like a saint, Holt was learning. Good. A war against fools was only labour. A war against a competent enemy became theatre. Withdraw by clause, Haarken voxed. Leave the marked alive. Kill the officers that remain. Take the heads of those with rank. Vorgast answered through a snarl of static. And the square? Haarken looked at the bodies, at the ruined lectern, at the colonel's blood steaming on the stones, at the survivors crawling through it. The square is taken, he said. It does not need to be held. The Raptors obeyed with murderous precision. They did not retreat as broken raiders. They lifted away in bursts, dragging prisoners, trophies, and severed heads in chain nets. Some were cut down by Hydra fire as they rose. Their bodies fell back into the square and burst among the dead. Others vanished into smoke, laughing through Vox amplifiers, leaving behind mutilated survivors and a message written in meat. By the time Imperial counterattack units reached command mustering square Atraxes, the enemy was gone. They found the lectern split. They found Colonel Arturos in pieces. They found men with tongues intact and eyes wide enough to show whites all around the iris. The survivors tried to speak over one another, repeating the same words, some weeping, some laughing, some choking on blood. He came last. He came last. He came last. Atop the nearest, functioning Vox masts, Haarken's warriors worked quickly. Captured commanders were dragged from relay bunkers, officer spires, and command shelters. Some were dead, some were not. It made little difference. Their heads were taken with chain blades, combat knives, and talons. The skulls were nailed to the masts in rows, cables punched through severed throats and up into broken mouths. Vox wires held jaws open. Brass pins fixed tongues in place. Their eyes stared down over the burning districts of Hive Primus as tech thralls and corrupted adepts connected them to the surviving transmission grid. Haarken stood beneath the tallest mast, while black ash fell around him like funeral snow. The Hellspear rested in his hand. "Wire them cleanly," he said. "I will not have my proclamation wasted through poor craft." A mutilated commander twitched on the ground nearby, still alive below the neck for a few remaining moments. Haarken looked down at him without pity. "You will speak better now," said the Herald of Abaddon, "than you ever commanded in life." By the fourth dawn, Morant Vane no longer believed in dawn. The sun rose somewhere beyond the ash canopy, but its light came down murdered. It bled through smoke, dust, burning promethium, and the black contrails of descending craft until the horizon glowed like banked furnace coals beneath a corpse shroud. Across the equatorial wastes, the world shook under the arrival of the Black Legion. The first landing claws punched through the storm front as iron silhouettes, vast and blunt, their hulls crusted with warp ice and old sacrificial stains. They struck the ash plains hard enough to crack bedrock beneath the dust. Ramps dropped, chains screamed, engines bellowed. From within came ranks of mortal filth and iron discipline. Traitor guard in rusted flak, renegade grenadiers with blackened aquili gouged from their breastplates, press-ganged slaves chained to ammunition carts, cult militias in stolen respirators, and priests of no sane god dragging icons made from bone, wire, and severed hands. Behind them came the Dreadclaws. They fell like burning talons from the heavens, spinning through flak storms and lance haze, their retro thrusters vomiting green fire. Some were torn open before they reached the ground, spilling heretic Astartes and mortal cargo in trails of burning meat. Others smashed into the ash wastes, unfolded like predatory flowers, and released warriors in black ceramite who walked through the heat shimmer as though stepping from the mouth of hell. Corrupted mass haulers followed in their hundreds, their bellies opened above the wastes and disgorged armor columns, fuel crawlers, siege engines, and manufactorum slave cohorts by the thousands. The land beneath them churned into a continent of movement. Tracks ground over bones that had not been there an hour before. Whips cracked. Vox horns screamed praise to the War Master. Standards bearing the eye of Horus rose from the ash, like black suns. Morant Vane answered with artillery. The equatorial defensive belt had been built for the end of worlds. Its trench systems were deep enough to swallow cathedrals. Its bunker lines had doors of adamantium and prayer-sealed blast shutters thicker than hab blocks. Its gun pits held basilisks, manticores, medusas, hydra batteries, mast-heavy mortars, and macro emplacements whose crews had drilled for generations without ever seeing the enemy their ancestors had promised they would die fighting. Now they saw nothing but smoke. They fired anyway. Shells crossed the wastes in endless screaming arcs. Earthshaker rounds burst among the landing zones and hurled men, machines, and ash into the sky. Mortars collapsed cultist columns into red pits. Hydra fire worried the clouds, cutting apart descent craft and sending wreckage tumbling down in burning pieces. Lascanon batteries carved white lines through the gloom. Heavy bolters hammered from bunker slits until their barrels glowed. The invasion did not stop. It thickened. By the fifth day, the ash wastes were no longer a battlefield. They were a digestive tract, grinding armies into paste and demanding more. Trenches filled with boiling mud, where promethium runoff mixed with corpse fat and chemical rain. Men drowned, standing upright, too packed by the press of bodies to fall. Lasfire hissed through smoke. Autocannons beat the air flat. The ground was carpeted in shell casings, broken teeth, torn, webbing, limbs without owners, and the shattered fragments of men who had never seen the shapes that killed them. Entire platoons vanished beneath collapsing trench walls and were walked over by the next wave before their screams ended. The Black Legion did not spend itself holding every meter taken. Haarken would not allow it. He watched the ground war from above whenever he could, descending only when the lesson required his hand. Beneath him, mortals died in uncounted numbers. That was their function. Cultists hurled themselves into wire fields while chanting with bloody mouths. Traitor guard advanced behind armor shields and corpse carts. Penal slaves were driven forward under shock goads to find mines with their feet. When the first ranks died, the second ranks climbed over them. When the second died, the third used the first two as footing. The elite struck elsewhere. Wherever Imperial command stabilized, the Black Legion came like a knife under armor. When a bunker network restored communications, Raptors descended through smoke vents and ventilation shafts. When a tank regiment formed for counterattack, Chosen appeared among its fuel tenders and killed the engine seers first. When an artillery park corrected its ranging, warp talons flickered into its rear lines and turned the loading crews into meat before vanishing in storms of witch light. Haarken had given the war host its shape: mortal pressure, transhuman incision, fear as the binding tissue between both. Vorgast understood this with the instincts of a carrion thing. The Raptor champion ranged ahead of every major thrust, his black pinions scorched by flak, his talons caked in trench mud and marrow. He cared nothing for maps beyond the places where prey could be cornered. When his claws landed among spotters, officers, or medici staff, he left no whole bodies and few intact walls. Malrek of the Ebon Vow understood it differently. He was a chosen officer of the Black Legion, old even by the measure of the Long War, his helm crested with splintered laurels taken from loyalist captains. He commanded armor, infantry, and the bitter discipline of warriors who had outlived empires. Where Vorgast hunted, Malrek arranged slaughter. He placed traitor guard in lanes where they would die usefully. He fed cultist tides into enemy guns until the barrels overheated. He held his chosen behind the pressure until the Imperial line leaned forward to kill the rabble, and then he broke its spine. Drajal 9 served the war in the language of engines. The warpsmith stalked between siege crawlers and demon engines beneath a canopy of sparks, his mechadendrites clicking like hungry insects. He spoke to corrupted machine spirits in Binharic curses. He blessed shell casings with oil taken from murdered tech adepts. He flayed captured servitors and grafted their logic cores into the targeting arrays of traitor batteries. Wherever his iron feet passed, weapons that should have jammed continued firing, engines that should have died kept crawling, and damaged armor plates knitted themselves shut around screaming flesh. On the 6th day, Lord Marshal Holt counterattacked. He had spent too much already. He knew it as he gave the order. Every hour bought with restraint had cost districts, relays, men, morale, and the illusion that the invasion could be contained at the outer killing fields. Haarken was not trying to win ground in any conventional sense. He was forcing decisions. Every raid demanded reserves. Every false breach demanded armor. Every slaughtered command team demanded replacement officers from units that could not spare them. So Holt chose violence in a language the Imperium understood. The eastern gates of the Equatorial defensive line opened under cover of a dawn barrage. Lehman Russ squadrons rolled out first, their hulls painted grey and brass beneath layers of dust and devotional script. Battle cannons elevated, Vanquisher barrels tracked through smoke, Executioner plasma coils glowed with caged suns. Behind them came chimeras, salamanders, hellhounds, with promethium tanks sloshing like bellies full of fire, and basilisk batteries relocating under the protection of infantry screens. At their center came the Baneblade Invictus Bellum. Its engine note rolled over the battlefield like the growl of a waking god. Layers of armor bore old scars filled with silver sealant and fresh prayer wax. Its turret turned with solemn inevitability. Around it marched infantry in dense support formations, each man a small and fragile thing beside the Super Heavy's iron bulk, each man convinced for a heartbeat that something so vast could not die. The Imperial counterstroke hit a cultist sea advancing through the low trenches before Gate Canticus. There were too many of them to count. They came in rags, flak scraps, stolen uniforms, chain harnesses, pilgrim robes defaced with black runes, and industrial masks painted with teeth. Some carried autoguns, some carried laslocks, many carried knives, hooks, pipes, grenades, mining charges, or nothing but their nails and faith in damnation. They chanted Abaddon's name until artillery took their voices away. The Baneblade fired. Its main cannon spoke once. The shell struck the heart of the cultist tide and erased thousands of men from existence as men. For an instant, they became weather. A red fog lifted from the impact zone, wet and thick, full of shredded cloth, bone powder, burst organs, teeth, hair, and fragments of faces still wearing expressions of ecstasy. The shockwave flattened the front ranks in a widening circle. Bodies became paste under the blast. Limbs flew high enough to strike the sides of low-flying aircraft. The ground where the shell landed turned into a crater lined with cooked flesh. The survivors kept advancing. They laughed. They prayed. They crawled through the falling remains with open mouths, swallowing ash and blood mist as if it were sacrament. Some scooped pieces of the dead into their hands and smeared themselves with it. Others ate what fell upon them, chewing with broken teeth while running toward the Imperial guns. The second Baneblade shell tore through them. The third opened another crater. The tide became thinner, then closed again around its own wounds. "The mortals die too quickly," said a Black Legion warrior beside Haarken. They stood upon the broken crown of a Hab transport wreck, half buried in ash, overlooking the armor clash below. The warrior's name did not matter. He wore black plate, a horned helm, and impatience like a stench. Haarken watched the Baneblade fire again. "Then spend more of them," he said. Below, Malrek moved the warhost in response. Traitor armor emerged from smoke banks, predators and vindicators with defaced hulls, corrupted Leman Russ tanks taken in older wars, demon-bound walkers limping forward on clawed legs, and siege engines dragging chains of screaming prisoners behind them. They did not meet the Imperial counterattack head-on at first. They angled. They yielded ground in the centre. They pulled the Loyalist armour forward. Holt saw it from Bastion Severitus. He stood over the command hololith, while the eastern wastes flickered with dying icons and muzzle flashes. Reports came too quickly for lesser men. Armour losses, fuel estimates, infantry cohesion, enemy pressure, false signals, Vox outages, confirmation requests from officers who would be dead before he answered. "They are drawing Kappa Reserve beyond Artillery Umbrella 4, Major Wren said. "I see it." "Should they halt?" "If they halt, the cultist tide reaches the gate with siege charges. If they continue, they enter Broken Auspex coverage." Holt's jaw tightened. "Order Invictus Bellum to anchor. Leman Russ squadrons continue no further than the Black Ridge. Hellhounds burn the trench mouths. Basilisks shift fire to the rear smoke banks." The orders went out hardline. Some arrived, some did not. Some arrived as screams. Some returned in Haarken's voice. On the field, the Imperial armour struck with brutal skill. Leman Russ battle cannons tore open traitor tanks. Hellhounds washed trenches with liquid fire, and cultists emerged burning, still running, until their muscles cooked and folded them into the mud. Basilisk shells walked backward through the smoke banks and found traitor artillery, lifting guns and crews in blossoms of earth and metal. For a time, the counterattack became what Holt had intended, a hammer blow, disciplined and merciless. Then the sky above the tanks darkened. Haarken came with the Raptors. They descended not as a swarm, but as selected blades. Vorgast led the first claw into the Auspex massed vehicles, landing upon Chimera command carriers and slicing antennae arrays apart with talons and chain blades. Another claw dropped directly onto the turret deck of a Lehman Russ Vanquisher. One Raptor punched through the cupola hatch with a power claw, reached inside, and pulled the tank commander out in pieces too large to come cleanly. Blood sprayed upward from the hatch as the crew screamed beneath him. A melter charge followed the corpse down into the turret. The tank's ammunition cooked off and blew the turret free in a pillar of fire. Haarken went for the command tanks. He fell through flak and smoke, struck the rear deck of a command Russ, and drove the Hellspear through the engine housing. The machine bucked beneath him. A crewman tried to climb from the side hatch and fired a las pistol into Haarken's thigh plate until the weapon clicked dry. Haarken looked down, seized the man by the helmet, and crushed it against the tank hull until blood ran through his fingers. He tore the hatch wide and dropped a grenade into the crew compartment. The blast inside was muffled, wet, and final. He lifted away before the tank burned. Around him, Raptors blinded the Imperial formation. Auspex masts fell. Command antennae snapped. Vox officers died inside hulls they believed armoured against the world. Open hatches became invitations to massacre. One Raptor hung upside down from a moving Chimera, reached through the roof ring and fired his bolt pistol into the compartment until the vehicle's firing slits vomited blood. The Invictus Bellum endured. Its sponsons tracked Raptors with ponderous fury. Heavy bolters filled the air. Lascannons cut one black-armoured warrior in half. Autocannon fire tore the jump pack from another and sent him tumbling beneath the Super Heavy's tracks, where he burst like rotten fruit beneath sacred Imperial steel. The Baneblade's commander kept the great tank steady, reversing by measured increments while its main gun continued to fire into the traitor masses. For a moment, the battlefield had a centre. Haarken saw it. So did Holt. "Protect the Baneblade," Holt ordered. "All Hydra units, cover Invictus Bellum, all infantry screens, close around it." "They will die, my lord," said Wren. "They were issued flesh for that purpose." The infantry moved. Men poured toward the Super Heavy, forming layers of bodies and lasguns around its sacred bulk. They fired upward. They fired into smoke. They fired at shadows. Raptors fell. More came. Haarken did not strike the Baneblade directly. Not yet. He did not need to. He struck the men protecting it. He landed in the infantry screen, and the Hellspear began its work. Each thrust made a corpse. Each sweep opened a path. Around him, Imperial soldiers died, trying to hold formation around an engine too valuable to abandon. Their courage was not enough. Courage rarely was. Vorgast landed on the Baneblade's rear deck with 3 Raptors and a chain of melter charges. One died immediately, shredded by a heavy stubber nest. Another lost an arm to las fire and laughed as he used his remaining hand to clamp a charge against the engine grills. Vorgast tore open a maintenance plate and rammed a charge deep into the machine's breathing guts. The Super Heavy's machine spirit roared through its exhausts. Drazel 9's voice crackled across the warband Vox. "Withdraw from the sacred prey." Vorgast spat a curse and leapt. The melter charges detonated as one. The rear of Invictus Bellum became a white wound. Armour sagged. Engine stacks melted inward. The tank continued to move for several meters, its tracks grinding, its guns still firing by residual command. Then the fuel systems ruptured. Fire consumed the rear compartments. Crewmen emerged from hatches as burning shapes and were cut down by their own side's panicked fire. The Baneblade did not explode. It died like a fortress, slowly and with immense reluctance. Holt watched its rune go black. No one in Bastion Severitus spoke. Another victory, if one had the stomach to name it so. The Imperial counterattack had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of cultists, destroyed traitor armor, disrupted landing zones, and delayed the Black Legion's advance toward the inner trench belts. It had also spent elite armor, veteran crews, fuel reserves, officers, and the morale of every soldier who had watched a super heavy burn beneath a sky full of traitors. Holt understood then, with perfect clarity. Haarken was not trying to win each clash cleanly. He was making every Imperial success cost something irreplaceable. A colonel here, a Baneblade there, a relay chain, a choir, a gate district, a veteran regiment, a piece of trust, a piece of time. The enemy was buying Morant Vane with its own defenders. On the 10th day, every surviving command channel on the planet opened at once. Holt stood in the command nave as the lights dimmed. The Vox altars activated without sanction. Hardline speakers clicked. Tank channels hissed. Bunker relays spat blood-coloured static. Even sealed command helms carried the voice. Haarken Worldclaimer spoke names. Not threats, not boasts. Names. Colonel Jast Morant of the 9th Morcantine Siege, High Artillerist Obran Kell, Gate Major Thulion Vask, Captain Dravik of the Eastern Hydra Batteries, Marshal Adjunct Cord, Confessor Militant Hale, Engine Seer Prime Balvek. One after another, the Herald recited Imperial commanders marked for death before dawn. Some were at the front, some were in sealed bunkers, some were aboard orbital stations. Some had not told anyone where they had relocated after the last raids. Holt listened until the list ended. Major Wren whispered, "Can he reach them all?" Before Holt could answer, the first death confirmation arrived, then the second, then the third. By dawn, every name Haarken had spoken was dead. Bastion Severitus had been built beneath a mountain that had first been murdered into obedience. Before the Imperium came to Morant Vane, the mountain had possessed another name, older than the Hive cities, older than the pilgrimage roads, older than the first manufactorum hymns. That name had been scraped from stone and record alike. Imperial masons had cut away its ridges, shattered its crown, bored through its roots, and carved the remaining mass into the likeness of St. Aurel Vaughan, kneeling in eternal penitence above the ash wastes. His stone hands clasped a downward sword. His blind face looked toward the eastern horizon. His body was hollow. Inside that sanctified corpse of rock and adamantium, Lord Marshal Severian Holt commanded what remained of Morant Vane's defence. Bastion Severitus did not trust the world outside it. That was why it had endured. Void shield nodes were buried within the mountain's shoulders, each one protected by its own chapel reactor and guarded by oath-bound men whose families had served in the same armoured chambers for generations. Adamantium blast doors sealed every artery into the fortress, layered one behind another, each door heavy enough to crush a tank flat if its descent locks failed. Servitor gun nests watched the approach tunnels with lidless red optics and rotary cannons slaved to ancient kill protocols. Skitari advisors stood beside Mechanicus cogitator banks, their galvanic rifles held across ribbed chest plates, their Binharic murmurs blending with the drone of incense engines. The ecclesiarchy had added its own defences long after the engineers were dust. Prayer locks covered the inner thresholds. Scripture wheels turned in bronze housings. Confessional seals required spoken litanies from officers entering command zones. Reliquary alcoves held knuckle bones, teeth, finger joints, and scraps of cloth attributed to saints whose names had been used to justify wars on 1,000 worlds. The faithful called such things protection. Holt called them delay mechanisms. Delay was useful. He stood in the command nave beneath the mountain's heart while artillery reports crawled across the hololithic globe in blood-red streams. The death list Haarken had spoken on the 10th day had already fulfilled itself. Every officer named had died before dawn, some by blade, some by poisoned rebreather, some by Vox overload. One had been found inside his sealed command bunker, with his skull removed and the Eye of Horus carved into the inside of his breastplate. Holt had not asked how. The enemy had answered enough questions already. "My lord," Major Caldus Wren said, his voice worn down to iron filings. "Outer Tunnel 4 reports mass movement. Numbers? Too dense for clean auspex. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. Armor? No confirmed heavy signatures, mostly mortal." Holt looked toward the eastern approach projection. Tunnel 4 had once been a pilgrim ascent route, sealed and militarized during the first panic. It sloped through the mountain's lower spine in a series of killing galleries, mine grates, flamer shrines, rad-cleansing sluices, and murder servitor alcoves. No sane commander would attack through it. Haarken was not sane, but he was not foolish either. "Do not waste armor-piercing munitions," Holt said. "Begin denial sequence. Kill galleries only. Reserve stormtroopers for breach depth. Skitarii to secondary sanctum doors." Wren relayed the orders. Around the command nave, men moved with the brittle focus of those who knew fear had become part of the air supply. No one spoke of survival. Survival belonged to softer wars. In Tunnel 4, the first cultists came running through the dark. They were not an army. They were ammunition with legs. Some had been given autoguns with no magazines. Some carried mining charges chained to their ribs. Some had their eyelids sewn open. Some had their mouths wired around devotional speakers that screamed Abaddon's name until their teeth cracked. Shock collars blinked at their throats. Behind them, hidden in the smoke, traitor guard handlers and Black Legion overseers drove them forward with lash, bolt round, and flame. The first mine grid lifted the tunnel floor. Hundreds vanished in a white flash of stone dust and meat. Bodies hit the ceiling hard enough to break apart, then rained down in pieces. The survivors climbed over them. The second rank entered the rad cleansing zone, where invisible poison cooked marrow and unmade organs. Men vomited blood into their masks and kept running until their legs folded. Others crawled on hands and knees, dragging ruptured bellies, their fingernails breaking against the floor grates. The flamers opened next. Promethium washed the tunnel from wall to wall. Cultists became walking torches. They ran burning, screaming, laughing, praying, colliding with one another until the passage became a writhing blockage of flame. Murder servitors emerged from side alcoves on tracked limbs, their torsos welded into gun rigs, their faces slack beneath targeting lenses. They fired until the tunnel became a continuous impact zone of shredded bodies. Still, the cultists came. Behind the first dead came more. Behind the burning came more. Behind the irradiated and shattered came more. Their corpses piled against the murder servitor lanes. Their bodies clogged the mine craters. Their meat filled the drainage channels meant to sluice blood away. Men slipped, crawled, fell, and were trampled flat by those behind them. Slowly, hideously, the dead became architecture. A ramp formed, not of stone, not of steel, of backs, ribs, skulls, burst lungs, broken arms, and bodies fused together by fire. Vorgast saw it and laughed over the Raptor Vox. Now, Haarken said. The raptors entered the tunnel over the mound of dead. They came low, talons scraping the walls, jump packs firing in brutal bursts that hurled them from shadow to shadow. Their armor was black under soot and wet with the blood thrown up by the kill galleries. Behind them moved Chosen under Malrek's command, each warrior advancing with patient violence, bolters raised, chain blades growling, discipline older than the fortress they invaded. Drajal 9 had prepared the deeper wound. The warpsmith stood far behind the assault line, surrounded by chained data thralls and twitching machine altars. His mechadendrites were buried in the split skulls of captured defense servitors. Through them, he whispered corruption into the fortress's defensive logic. He did not need to control every gun, only enough. A hesitation here, a false target there, a door that closed a heartbeat late, a turret that spent its magazine into a wall because its auspex had been taught to see ghosts. The first adamantium blast door held. Haarken reached it amid gunfire, stepping over bodies that burst beneath his boots. The door was vast, rune-sealed, braced by hydraulic locks and prayer wheels still turning in bronze housings. Incised across its face were the words of St. Vaughan's final oath. Haarken read them once, then he drove the hellspear into the scene. The weapon screamed against the metal, not with sound alone, with appetite. Its blade bit through sanctified plating and machine-blessed alloy. Raptors clamped melter charges around the wound. Chosen fired into murder slits until the defenders behind them died with their faces pressed to vision blocks. The charges detonated inward. The door did not open. It sagged. Haarken ignited his jump pack in the confined tunnel. The blast cooked the nearest corpses black. The impact drove him forward like a shell from a gun. He struck the weakened door with his shoulder and spear. Together, adamantium shrieked. The hinges tore. The door buckled inward, crushing the men braced behind it into a red smear between metal and wall. The Black Legion entered Bastion Severitus. The fortress bled light and alarms. Every corridor became a shrine to violence. Red lumen strips strobed through smoke. Prayer klaxons boomed. Servitors fired until torn apart. Skitari advisors advanced in precise lines, galvanic rifles cracking, their mechanical voices chanting weapon cant as they died beneath bolt shells and claws. Stormtrooper kill teams deployed from sealed alcoves with hotshot laser guns, plasma guns, and grenade launchers, their carapace armor marked with the sigils of Morcantine command. They were good soldiers. They died as good soldiers often did in the 41st millennium, bravely, obediently, and insufficiently. A squad of stormtroopers locked down Corridor Veritas Red, forming a crossfire between two prayer columns, while overhead conduits sparked blue and white. Their sergeant called Rangers with calm precision. The first Raptor through the smoke lost half his helm to concentrated las fire and fell. The second took a plasma burst through the chest and died vomiting blackened organs into his gorget. The squad adjusted, fired, reloaded, fired again. For several breaths, they held. Then the corridor tore open. Warp talons arrived through the skin of reality. They did not teleport as loyalists did, with clean light and machine thunder. They clawed their way into existence from inside the shadows, ripping red wounds through the air itself. Auspex arrays went blind. Targeting lenses filled with static. The corridor stank of ozone, blood smoke, and the deep predatory filth of the immaterium. One stormtrooper turned as a talon emerged from the wall beside him and punched through his helmet. His skull burst inside the carapace, cooking against the power field around the claw. The squad fired into impossibility. The warp talons were among them, One trooper was lifted by both arms and pulled apart at the sternum, his breastplate splitting with him. Another was driven backward onto a broken power conduit that punched through his spine and held him upright while electricity boiled his flesh inside the armor. His helmet lenses glowed red from the heat cooking his skull. A third kept firing after a claw removed his lower body, hands locked around his hotshot laser gun, trigger held down by reflex until the charge pack screamed empty. Vorgast landed in the corridor's center, laughing as blood sprayed across his chest plate. Haarken came behind him. He killed through motion. There was no pause, no wasted gesture, no gladiator's flourish for the sake of vanity. His jump pack barked in close bursts, throwing him from one knot of defenders to the next. A stormtrooper raised a melter gun. Haarken's lightning claw swept once and removed both arms at the elbow. The weapon fell, still unfired, as the man stared at the spurting ruins below his shoulders. The hellspear punched through the armor joint beneath another soldier's raised pauldron and nailed him to the wall so hard the stone cracked behind him. Haarken tore the spear loose and turned the body inside out across the corridor floor. A lieutenant tried to rally the kill team. "Hold in the Emperor's name." Haarken crossed the distance in a single jump pack burst. The engine wash threw nearby corpses aside like rags. He struck the officer with his knee first, crushing the man's chest plate inward, then caught him by the throat before he fell. "The Emperor is not here," Haarken said. He smashed the lieutenant's head against a prayer column until the helmet broke and the column's carved saint wore the man's brains across its stone face. Deeper within Bastion Severitus, Holt watched the breach icons multiply. "They are inside the second sanctum ring," Wren said. "I see it. Warp intrusion confirmed in sealed corridors. Auspex blind sectors spreading. Skitarii losses severe. Stormtrooper kill teams requesting reinforcement." "No reinforcement." Wren looked up. "My lord, if we reinforce every wound, he will choose where we bleed out. Collapse rings 3 and 4 behind the first breach. Flood lower service routes with rad mist. Prepare sacrificial tunnel withdrawal." Several officers turned at that. The sacrificial blast tunnel was not a route. It was an admission. It ran from the command, nave through the mountain's western bowel into a sealed maglev artery, protected by stage charges designed to collapse everything behind it. It could save the command corps, if used in time. It would condemn everyone in the adjacent staff sections. A Munitorum general with white hair and ash on his collar stepped forward. "My lord, staff sections Primus, Tertius, and Octavian remain active. They contain current ammunition tallies, fleet liaison, shield rotation command, and almost 900 personnel." Holt regarded him. "They contain 12 minutes, he said. The general understood then. His face hardened, which was better than trembling. "By your command. Transfer what data you can. Burn what you cannot. No prisoners, no unsecured cogitators, no living officer above captain left behind if extraction is possible. If extraction is not possible, duty will suffice." The order went out. In Staff Section Primus, officers began copying maps, while the corridor outside filled with screams. In Tertius, shield adepts disconnected cogitator cores with shaking hands, while commissars stood watch behind them. In Octavian, fleet liaison officers burned cipher books in brass sensors and then took up pistols as the blast doors buckled. The Black Legion reached them before the charges were ready. Malrek led the Chosen through Section Octavian. His bolter spoke in measured bursts, each shell a verdict. Officers died at their desks. Scribes died shielding data slates that no longer mattered. A commissar put 3 bolt rounds into a Chosen's breastplate before Malrek cut him in half with a power axe and stepped over the smoking pieces. Raptors tore through Tertius from above, dropping through ventilation shafts and ceiling ducts too narrow for loyalist doctrine to consider viable. They landed among the shield adepts in showers of broken grillwork and body parts. One adept tried to swallow a data wafer. Forgast hooked a talon beneath his jaw, ripped the tongue and wafer out together, and tossed both to a waiting slave. Haarken drove toward the command nave. He knew Holt was retreating before he saw the emptying corridors. Fear had a scent. So did decision. The fortress was no longer trying to hold him. It was trying to buy time. That amused him. The final command door opened under the combined force of melter charges, spear strikes, and Drajal's scrap code. Haarken entered the primary command nave amid smoke and falling sparks. The great hololithic globe still flickered above the central dais. Dead officers lay across lecterns. Servitors twitched in their sockets. A Skitarii advisor crawled across the floor with both legs gone, leaving a black oil trail behind him until Vorgast silenced him with a boot. Holt's command throne was empty. The blast tunnel seals were already closing on the far side of the chamber. Haarken looked at the vacant throne. He did not rage. He did not curse. He did not strike the nearest slave for failing to place the quarry in his hand. He stood in the butchered heart of Bastion Severitus and breathed in the lesson. Then he laughed once, softly. "Run well, Lord Marshal," he said into the bunker vox. "A hunted beast gives sweeter lessons than a dead one." The blast charges detonated. The western side of the command nave vanished behind descending rock and fire. Staff sections Primus, Tertius, and Octavian were crushed into the mountain's closing fist. Men still fighting there disappeared beneath tons of stone and plasteel. Vox channels filled with cut-off prayers, gunfire, static, and the wet finality of bodies compacted by collapse. Holt survived because he had spent them. Haarken respected that more than mercy. "Secure the nave," he ordered. "Strip the cogitators, chain the surviving officers." There were not many. Enough. Captured officers were dragged before the saint statues lining the command nave's upper gallery. Some cursed. Some prayed. One tried to bargain and was killed immediately for offering nothing of value. Drajal's skin thralls went to work with hooked knives and surgical clamps. The officers were flayed with care, not haste. Their skins came away in bloody sheets, their bodies jerking against restraints, while corrupted medici servitors kept them alive long enough to understand the shape of their punishment. The skins were wrapped around the stone saints like wet banners, pinned in place with command medals, rank, pins, and broken aquili. Haarken watched until the last officer stopped screaming. "Let the Lord Marshal see what became of his absence," he said. Drajal 9 had already found the deeper prize. The warpsmith stood before the central hololith, mechadendrites buried in its wounded machinery. The planetary defense map unfolded in layers, no longer distorted by Imperial encryption, void shield rotations, artillery reserves, fuel arteries, subsurface maglev routes, officer relocation vaults, medicae hubs, ammunition catacombs, astropathic fallbacks. Every artery of Morant vein glowed before the Herald of Abaddon. Vorgast stepped beside Haarken, blood dripping from his talons. "Now we break the Hive." Haarken studied the map as an executioner studied a throat. "No," he said. "Now we stop striking armor and begin cutting veins." The hololith turned, obedient at last, showing the whole world laid open beneath his gaze. The void above Morant vein became a cathedral built from fire. For 10 days, the orbital defense grid had endured insult, feint, corruption, and wound. Its augur shrines had been blinded impulses. Its picket monitors had hunted phantom returns through storm-racked silence. Its commanders had received orders in dead voices, then counter-orders sealed with false authority. The Black Legion had not yet committed its full strength above the world, and that restraint had been worse than an assault. It had let the defenders imagine the blow, measure it, dread it, and understand too late that dread itself had been part of the weapon. On the 11th day, the heavens opened. Imperial defense monitors moved from anchor points around the shrine moons, their engines burning hard enough to paint white scars across the night. Cruisers of the Morcantine watchline advanced from high orbit, behind screens of sword-class escorts and Cobra destroyers, their hulls old, scarred, and heavy with prayer pennants frozen stiff in the void. Lance decks charged, torpedo tubes opened, macro cannon batteries rolled out from beneath blast shutters, each shell the size of a Hab chapel, each one an oath written in iron. Orbital bastions joined them. The bastion of St. Dravus fired first. Its primary lance struck a Black Legion raider amidships and carved the vessel open from prow to engine spine. The traitor ship did not explode at once. It vented atmosphere, slaves, ammunition, and bodies into the void in a spreading silver cloud. Then its reactor containment failed, and the ship became a brief and dirty star. The light washed across Morcant Vane's upper atmosphere, reflected red by the ash clouds below. The Imperial fleet cheered across command channels. Their cheers lasted 9 seconds. The Black Legion answered. Warships came out of the warp shadow like predators leaving deep water. Not all at once, never all at once. They emerged in layers, false distances collapsing as augurs screamed correction after correction. Murder cruisers with prows shaped like axe heads. Grand cruisers with broken cathedral spires chained to their backs. Slaughter-class vessels running hot on overdriven plasma hearts. Idolator raiders cutting through the escort screens with obscene grace. The dread omen moved among them, larger than anything around it, its black hull crawling with witchlight, its flanks studded with launch bays, lance ports, trophy chains, and the skulls of ships taken in older wars. The name of Abaddon rolled from every traitor vox. The void filled with torpedoes. Some died against void shields in blossoms of silent fire. Some were cut apart by turret fire. Some punched through ruined shield arcs and struck home, breaking armor, venting decks, killing thousands in an instant. A Morcantine cruiser took 3 plasma torpedoes across its starboard gun decks and began to list, its wounded flank vomiting crewmen and fire into the airless dark. A Black Legion vessel lost its prow to a Nova shell and continued forward regardless, trailing a city-sized wake of molten metal and dead slaves. Morcant Vane turned beneath them, bound in storm and smoke, while its sky became a killing field. In the command sanctum newly established beneath the western Maglev artery, Lord Marshal Holt watched the Void War through a hololithic projection already scarred by interference. He had escaped Bastion Severitus with fewer officers than he required and more shame than he would permit himself to feel. Around him, the new command chamber was raw, functional, and ugly. Cables ran along the floor. Prayer seals had been pasted over bare plasteel. Servitors still twitched from rushed installation. The air smelled of hot wiring, machine oil, and unwashed fear. "The fleet has committed," Major Wren said. His voice was almost gone. He wore a fresh bandage beneath his headset, already soaking through. He had refused Medicaid sedation because he was still capable of hearing. Holt kept his gaze on the void projection. Commitment is not victory. No, my lord. Shield status? Hive Primus orbital shield remains active. Atmospheric shield generators intact at crown platforms, Aurelian, Cord, and Tarsus. Void bleed at upper ranges but within tolerances. For now, Holt said. For now, Wren agreed. The first of Haarken's new proclamations arrived beneath the fleet reports. Not across all channels. Not as before. This time it came in fragments, slipping between naval command bursts, artillery reports, evacuation denials, and astropathic warnings. His voice was calm, almost patient, appearing wherever panic was about to become decision. To the Eastern Defence Fleet, he said the Shrine Moon batteries had fallen. They had not. 3 escort captains broke formation to confirm. Black Legion attack craft found the gap and poured through it. To the city below, he said the western skydocks had been abandoned. They had not. Thousands of labourers fled their stations, leaving ammunition cranes idle as Imperial aircraft clawed for fuel and munitions. To the Planetary Artillery Corps, he named coordinates where no enemy armour stood. A full battery wasted its fury on empty ash. To the men trapped in the lower trenches, he recited the names of their officers already dead, including men who still breathed. Some soldiers turned their weapons on their own command vox, desperate to stop hearing the truth before it became real. Haarken did not simply coordinate panic, he conducted it. Above the world, Black Legion fleet masters used every fracture he opened. When Imperial squadrons shifted to protect a false weakness, traitor lances cut into the true one. When orbital bastions rotated shields to answer phantom torpedoes, real assault boats struck their blind arcs. When a loyalist commander tried to regroup through discipline and proper battle cant, Haarken's voice entered the channel and counted down the seconds until the commander's ship died. Sometimes the count reached 0. Sometimes it did not. The uncertainty was worse. Below the Void War, the atmosphere became a second battlefield. Helldrakes descended through defense layers like living blasphemies of metal and demon fire. Their wings beat though no wings were needed. Their jaws opened to pour balefire across aircraft formations and gun platforms. Hell talons came with them, black shapes knife-fast in the poisoned clouds, their underslung guns spitting death at Imperial interceptors, atmospheric gunships, fuel haulers, and command zeppelins. They did not hold formation as Imperial pilots understood it. They hunted in curling packs, vanishing through smoke and reappearing beneath their prey. Imperial aircraft rose to meet them. Thunderbolts, lightnings, marauder bombers dragged from reserve hangars, Aquila landers stripped of non-essential weight and armed with desperation. They climbed through smoke and ash, engines howling, pilots murmuring last rites through rebreather masks as targeting runes filled their canopies. They fought above hive spires and shield pylons, through clouds of debris falling from the void war above. Burning wreckage from orbital combat punched into the atmosphere as streaking meteors, forcing aircraft to weave between chunks of ship hull and dead gun crews frozen inside ruptured compartments. The dogfights killed hundreds. The falling wreckage killed thousands. A defense monitor's lance turret, severed in orbit, came down over the northern barracks district. It broke apart during descent, showering the mustering yards with armor plates, molten glass, frozen bodies, and ammunition drums. An entire infantry regiment awaiting redeployment was struck before it ever received an enemy contact rune. Men disappeared beneath impacts that turned parade squares into craters. Others were cut apart by falling shards of adamantium moving faster than shells. One company standard remained upright afterward, its pole driven through 3 stacked bodies by the force of the blast. No one had fired at them. That was the nature of the war now. Death had too many hands. Haarken came down during the 3rd hour of the sky battle, not to seize a wall, not to duel for honor. He descended toward the high-altitude command platforms tethered above Hive Primus, where atmospheric shield generators, sky docks, munition zeppelin convoys, and fleet liaison stations formed a ring of imperial nerve tissue above the Hive crown. These platforms hung between city and void, armoured islands held aloft by gravitic engines and faith in maintenance schedules older than many regiments. The Raptors fell with him. Vorgast led one claw against platform cord, where fleet liaisons coordinated orbital firing solutions. Malrek's Chosen took assault boats toward the lower dockyards. Warp talons waited for the seams reality would offer them. Drazel 9 whispered to the machine spirits of atmospheric shield pylons from afar, infecting their caution with hesitation. Haarken chose Platform Tarsus. It carried one of the great atmospheric shield generators protecting Hive Primus from orbital debris and low atmosphere bombardment. Its superstructure was a stack of armoured rings, antennae spires, fuel tanks, defence turrets, and personnel decks suspended above the Hive by gravitic engines the Mechanicus regarded as too sacred to explain to the men who depended on them. The Imperial pilots saw him coming. Captain Odrin Vey broke formation first. He had flown for Morant Vane for 32 years and killed enemies in skies that did not remember sunlight. His lightning interceptor bore the name Mercy of Iron across its fuselage in white high Gothic script. Its nose was marked with kill sigils from Orc fighter craft, pirate raiders, heretic gunships, and one winged demon engine whose destruction had cost him half his squadron and most of his hearing. He was not young. He was not reckless. He had survived too long to be either. He saw the black-armoured figure descending amid the Raptors and knew, without needing command confirmation, that this was the thing soldiers below had begun naming in whispers: the falling doom. "Squadron, form on me," Vey voxed. "Target the descending traitor with the spear. Ignore the rest." Static answered, then voices. Men afraid, men obedient, men already dead, but not yet aware of it. Vey rolled through a curtain of falling debris, came out beneath a burning Helldrake, and pushed his engines into the red. His squadron followed in a wedge. 7 aircraft against a sky full of murder. Haarken saw them. He adjusted his descent by the smallest degree. The first pass tore through the Raptors around him. Vey's guns flashed. A Raptor lost his right wing vein and spun away, screaming curses until he vanished beneath the cloud layer. Another took a missile directly into his pack and became a brief sun of ceramite fragments and shredded organs. Imperial pilots roared through the formation, too fast for talons, too disciplined to break. Vorgast snarled over the Vox. "Aircraft." "I see them," Haarken said. "Permission to hunt." "No." A second pass came from below, sharper than the first. Vey had understood that Haarken's descent route mattered. Not merely his survival, his line, his angle, his theatrical path toward the shield platform. The Imperial ace fired not where Haarken was, but where the descent would carry him. Autocannon rounds hammered across Haarken's chestplate and shoulder guard. One struck hard enough to crack a trophy skull chained to his armour. Another tore a strip from the cowling of his jump pack. Warning runes flared across his retinal display. Haarken laughed then, once. Not in amusement, in recognition. The mortal had skill. A third pass would have killed lesser prey. Vey came head-on through black cloud, guns firing, cockpit canopy lit by targeting runes and the reflection of burning ships. Haarken cut his jump pack for a heartbeat and dropped faster than any human pilot expected. The cannon stream passed above him. He reignited the pack in a vertical burst that hurled him upward as the lightning flashed overhead. For an instant, warrior and aircraft crossed within spear range. Haarken hurled the Hellspear. It left his gauntlet like judgment. The weapon punched through the lightning's cockpit canopy, through Captain Odrenvey's breastplate, through his rib cage, and through the pilot throne behind him. Glass, blood, oxygen vapor, and cockpit fragments burst outward. Vey did not scream. The impact emptied his lungs and pinned him upright, hands still locked around the control yoke, eyes wide behind his cracked visor. The mercy of iron lurched. Haarken's gauntlet snapped out as the spear's recall chain went taut. For one brutal heartbeat, he was dragged through the air behind the dying aircraft, black armor trailing sparks against its hull. Then he braced, engines flaring, and ripped the Hellspear free. Vey remained in the cockpit, dead and open, his blood freezing across the shattered instruments. The lightning fell. Its wounded engines carried it not into open air, not into the wastes, but into the refueling tower below platform Tarsus, where thousands of ground crew and one full Morcantine regiment had gathered beneath armoured awnings, awaiting evacuation to the upper platforms. The aircraft struck the tower at full speed. The refueling spine detonated. Promethium tanks went up in a chain of white-orange suns. The tower split down its length. Aircraft parts, burning crewmen, torn uniforms, teeth, molten glass, fuel hoses, armor panels, and pieces of Captain Vey's shattered machine rained down over the regiment below. Men vanished in flame. Others ran as living torches, their lasguns cooking off in their hands. Molten glass fell like rain and fused to exposed skin, sealing mouths, blinding eyes, dripping into collars and cooking flesh beneath armor. A fuel tank ruptured sideways and washed an entire parade block in liquid fire. Those at the center died too quickly to know fear. Those at the edges knew enough for all of them. Above, Haarken caught the returning Hellspear and resumed his descent. He had respected Vey only enough to kill him where others could see. The name spread before the smoke cleared. The Falling Doom. It moved first among pilots, then among Skydock crews, then down through hardline command murmurs, wounded men's whispers, and the desperate prayers of soldiers staring upward through ash. The name was not authorized. Holt would have forbidden it had he known its first utterance. By the time he heard it, it had already rooted itself too deeply to cut away. In the lower hive, cults took the moment as revelation. Men in corpse-gilled aprons climbed onto rendering vats and began tracing the angle of Haarken's descent in blood across the walls. Penal labourers knelt beneath ventilation shafts and prayed toward the sky they could not see. In hidden chapels beneath Manufactoria, black-robed devotees drew triangles and winged sigils onto flayed skin, declaring the Herald's path a holy geometry. Some gouged their own eyes out, claiming sight was useless after witnessing truth. Others marked their flesh with the exact angle of descent until infection set in and fever made them prophets. Platform Tarsus died in stages. Raptors struck the outer defense turrets first, dropping melter bombs into ammunition feeds and gutting the crews through open maintenance hatches. Vorgast's claw tore across the upper landing decks, driving Imperial Navy armsmen into the open before cutting them down. Hell Talons screamed past in attack runs, shredding fuel lines and communications masts. A Helldrake wrapped itself around the platform's eastern antenna spire and breathed demon fire down into the command levels until men inside cooked inside their sealed suits. Imperial aircraft broke. Not all. Enough. Some fled toward Hive Primus. Others dove for lower cloud cover. A few tried to ram the Raptors and died in brief, noble collisions that changed nothing. Vorghast landed beside Haarken on the burning skin of platform Tarsus, talons scraping across heat-warped metal. They flee. Haarken looked across the sky. Aircraft trailed smoke toward the Hive. Some carried wounded pilots. Some carried pick recorders still functioning. Some carried terror in human mouths. Shall we pursue? No, Haarken said. Let them land. Fear needs witnesses with intact tongues. Vorghast accepted that with a tilt of his blood-smeared helm. Below them, the atmospheric shield generator pulsed inside its armoured cradle. Drajal 9's scrap code had not killed it. That would have been crude. It had taught the generator to blink. For one moment, Hive Primus shimmered beneath its protective envelope, the shield light flowing over spires, basilica domes, wall, crowns, and command towers like oil over a corpse. Then the orbital shield around the Hive flickered. 13 seconds. No longer. It was enough. Every auger on Morant vein screamed. Above the world, through the wound opened in the heavens, something vast and black began to descend. The thing that descended through the failing shield was not a ship. At first, the defenders of Hive Primus believed it was wreckage, another fragment of the Void War falling through the wounded sky. It came wrapped in fire, black against the burning clouds, trailing debris and stormlight as the orbital shield flickered around it. Auspec's shrines screamed contradictory designations. The machine spirits of the crown batteries spat nonsense into the gunnery pulpits. Men on the upper walls saw a vast shape cutting through the ash canopy and prepared themselves for impact. Then its retro thrusters ignited. The sky shook. A strike cruiser of the Adeptus Astartes descended through the breach, its void shields burning blue-white, its hull scarred by lance fire, its prow fashioned into the stern likeness of a hooded warrior. Its name burned in high Gothic along the armoured flank. Vigilant Shade. Thunderhawks fell from its launch bays like steel angels, flanked by storm talons, storm ravens, and gunships marked in ash grey and black. The sigil upon their hulls was a sable tower beneath a white eclipse. The Sable Wardens had come to Morant Vein. They did not come with songs. They did not come with shining declarations of salvation. They came with kill orders, sealed helms, and the cold discipline of warriors who had studied fear as a weapon and found it unworthy of worship. Their drop zones burned clean before they landed. Thunderhawks struck contaminated Hab crowns with missiles and heavy bolters, cutting down cult uprisings before the first loyalist boot touched stone. Storm ravens deposited squads onto command platforms, still slick with blood from Haarken's raids. In the broken upper districts, where panic had become a second plague, grey-armoured space marines moved through smoke with bolters raised and helm lenses glowing like judgment lamps. They executed the compromised first. A Vox crew in Relay Chapel Orison begged for mercy, claiming they had repeated the enemy's words under compulsion. The Sable Wardens listened to the confession, verified contamination through Auspec's right, and shot every man in the chamber through the skull. The sergeant in command ordered the bodies burned, the chapel sealed, and the ashes blessed by no priest until the area had been declared clean by 3 separate authorities. In Hab District Marrowgate, where civilians and PDF elements had mixed beyond reliable separation, the wardens established quarantine lines with bolter fire. Those who crossed without clearance died. Those who argued died. Those who carried hidden icons died slower, because the chaplain wished their screams recorded for later analysis. Their chaplain was called Baruch Nemean. His skull helm bore no ornament beyond a single black stripe across the brow. He moved among panic zones with a crozius in one hand and a bolt pistol in the other, speaking in a voice amplified to reach entire avenues. "Fear is an infection," he told the defenders. "Obedience is the cautery. Stand where ordered. Speak only when commanded. Pray silently. Shoot cleanly. Die facing the foe." The men of Morant Vane obeyed because they saw what happened to those who did not. Lord Marshal Holt received the Sable Wardens beneath the Western Command Redoubt, a place of bare plasteel, temporary hololiths, and walls still wet with condensation from emergency excavation. Captain Arctos Varn removed his helm only after the chamber was sealed, and every vox throat had been isolated from civilian relay. He was not beautiful, as Imperial propaganda made angels. His face was blunt, pale, and marked by old burn scars that pulled one side of his mouth into a permanent expression of contempt. His eyes were steady. That was all Holt required of him. "We have reviewed your losses," Varn said. Holt did not ask how. Adeptus Astartes always knew more than they admitted and less than they believed. "Then you understand the enemy. I understand his method." "Not enough." Varn's gaze hardened. "We know Raptors. We know terror assault. We know the Black Legion. We know how traitors speak before they strike." Holt gestured to the hololithic map where the wall of martyrs stretched across a continent in lines of red and amber. "This one speaks so that others strike themselves. Every commander who treats him as a raider dies with clean doctrine in his mouth." Varn looked at the map for several breaths. "Then we deny him witnesses." "We have tried. You tried as mortals." No insult coloured the words. That made them worse. Holt met the Space Marine's eyes. "And you have arrived late, Captain." Varn inclined his head once. "Then we will spend our lateness well." By the next war cycle, the Imperium launched its strongest counterstroke. The Wall of Martyrs awakened. It had been built across the equatorial belt over centuries, a continental wound of fortress monasteries, macro cannon towers, reliquary bunkers, trench labyrinths, void-shielded redoubts, pilgrim bastions, tank causeways, and artillery fields. Each kilometre of it had a name. Each name belonged to a saint, a general, a martyr, or a massacre sanctified by survival. The wall did not merely defend Hive Primus. It was a sermon in stone and gunmetal, declaring that the Imperium could lose oceans of blood and still call the remaining bones a victory. Millions of Imperial soldiers took position along its length. Fresh Militarum Tempestus kill teams occupied breach points and command junctions. Astra Militarum regiments reinforced the trench belts, their banners stiff with ash and chemical rain. Knight households strode from armoured chapels, their war horns sounding across the wastes as their pilots swore oaths of vengeance in voices carried through vox amps and throne mechanicum. Titan support advanced behind the wall, god engines walking through smoke with cathedrals on their backs and apocalypse in their fists. Warhounds prowled ahead of heavier engines. Reavers stood like walking fortresses. A warlord Titan, Dominus Invictane, took position behind Macro Tower St. Kell, its plasma annihilator glowing like a captive sun. The Black Legion came to meet them. Cultist waves spread across the wastes in numbers beyond accounting. They were not formations so much as weather, a black and rust-coloured storm of bodies driven forward by drums, lashes, hunger, and the promises of mad prophets. Traitor Guard marched behind them with tanks and artillery. Demon engines stalked through the smoke, brass limbs sinking into churned mud, flesh-bound pistons pumping, mouths of iron opening to scream at the loyalist lines. Black Legion armor advanced in disciplined wedges, while gunships circled above like carrion. Haarken watched from the broken height of an artillery shrine taken the previous night. Beside him stood Vorgast, wings folded, talons clicking. Malrek waited in silence, helm lenses fixed on the wall. Drajal 9 fed targeting data through a chained choir of half-lobotomized servitors, their spines plugged into a portable engine of brass and weeping cables. "Loyalist Astartes," Malrek said. "I see them," Haarken replied. "Unexpected." "No, delayed." Vorgast gave a rasping laugh. "Better pray." Haarken looked across the magnified projections of grey-armoured squads taking position at critical bastions. Sable Wardens. Grim. Efficient. Already killing infected men faster than fear could use them. Their arrival had steadied parts of the wall that should have folded. Mortal soldiers stood taller when angels stood beside them. Commanders made bolder choices when the Emperor's transhuman sons occupied the line. That made them more valuable. "Killing soldiers breaks morale," Haarken said. "Killing angels breaks faith." The first bombardment began before the sentence fully faded. The wall of martyrs fired as one. Macro cannon towers hurled shells into the advancing host. The earth rose in sheets. Cultist mobs vanished in red vapor and dark soil. Basilisk batteries walked fire across the wastes, each impact lifting bodies and mud into the air. Lascannons from bastion crowns carved open demon engines, spilling burning ichor and machine oil into trenches already clogged with dead. Titan weapons spoke with the voices of gods being murdered. A warhound's turbo lasers scythed through traitor armor, cutting tanks apart in rows. The warlord Dominus Invictane fired once, and a distant siege engine ceased to exist, except as molten rain. The Black Legion answered. Traitor artillery pounded the wall's forward trenches. Demon engines crashed into minefields and kept crawling with their legs blown apart. Helldrakes dived through anti-air fire, trailing flame and fragments of their own metal hides. Cultists ran into the killing zones until their corpses filled shell holes and made bridges over razor wire. Traitor tanks fired through their own advancing mortals, shells punching lanes through both sides alike. The screams became indistinguishable.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
No Man's Land dissolved into a biological swamp. Mud boiled under shell fire. Promethium runoff spread in iridescent rivers across fields of broken bodies. Tank treads churned men into paste, grinding uniforms, bones, weapons, and organs into the earth until the ground itself became slick red pulp. Wounded soldiers drowned face down in liquefied human remains because there was no solid ground left beneath them. Men tried to crawl and found their hands sinking into the opened bellies of the dead. Shells lifted whole trench sections into the air, and what fell back was not structure or squad, but meat, wire, plasteel, and prayer tokens fused by heat. A Lehman Russ squadron countercharged through the mire and met a pack of demon engines shaped like wolves with furnace mouths. The tanks fired at point-blank range. One engine lost its head and kept moving, its body ramming a Russ hard enough to fold the hull inward. Another leapt onto a tank, claws puncturing armor, and forced its snout through the turret ring. The crew inside died in a confined storm of teeth and pressure. A knight of House Draven strode in to answer, chain blade roaring, and cut the demon engine in half from shoulder to groin. Its ichor sprayed across the knight's shin plates and burned smoking pits into the heraldry. Above the chaos, the Sable Wardens struck with punishing discipline. They did not waste ammunition on cultist tides when mortal guns could do it. They targeted leaders, signal carriers, corrupted officers, demon engine handlers, and Black Legion kill teams trying to exploit breaches. Grey-armoured squads moved between bastion points with cold precision, bolters firing in controlled bursts. They countered Raptors by denying them isolated prey, overlapping fields of fire, and executing any Vox station that repeated unverified orders. Their apothecaries recovered gene seed under shellfire without pause. Their chaplain dragged a wounded sergeant to his feet and ordered him to continue bleeding after the battle. Captain Arctos Varn led from the forward line. He did not shout. His orders cut through command channels like carved stone. Squad Galvan, left breach. Squad Orius, elevated fire. Tempestus elements hold until I give release. Mortals to ground. Mortals stay low. Astartes with me. He met the first Black Legion chosen at Bastion St. Halvan, where the wall had cracked under siege fire and traitor infantry surged through the smoke. Varn's power sword burned blue-white. His plasma pistol vented heat. He killed with severe economy. Each strike placed at armor joints, eye lenses, exposed cabling, throats. His brothers fought around him without flourish. Grey plate against black, bolter against bolter, hatred against hatred older than the men dying beneath their feet. Haarken saw him. Across the width of battle, through smoke, fire, rain, ash, and the distortion of shield impacts, the Herald of Abaddon marked the loyalist captain as a symbol worth breaking. He descended through artillery smoke with 6 Raptors. Hydra fire reached for him. A missile battery locked and fired. One of the Raptors took the missile intended for Haarken and came apart in a blossom of ceramite, bone, and burning fuel. Another lost control and crashed into a trench full of cultists, killing dozens of his own side beneath his exploding pack. Haarken did not slow. He dropped onto Bastion St. Halvan like a black verdict. His landing crushed 2 guardsmen underfoot. He killed the third with a backhanded sweep of the Hellspear that opened the man from hip to shoulder and flung the halves in opposite directions. The Sable Wardens turned toward him as one, bolters rising. They fired. Explosive shells hammered into Haarken's armor, bursting across his breastplate and shoulder guards, cracking trophies, snapping chains, blasting parchment into ash. He advanced through the impacts. Varn met him at the breach. The loyalist captain's first strike was almost perfect. Haarken expected defiance. He expected fury. He did not expect the cold absence of both. Varn gave him no speech, no oath, no theatrical hatred to exploit. He stepped inside the reach of the Hellspear and fired his plasma pistol into Haarken's left side at close range. Sunfire struck black ceramite. Haarken staggered. Armor melted. Warning runes flashed across his helm display. The heat punched through plate and bit into the flesh beneath. Pain flared, clean and bright. Varn followed with his power sword, cutting upward across Haarken's chest, carving through gold trim, chain links, and the outer layers of his breastplate. Sparks and blood struck the air. Vorgast snarled and moved to intervene. "Back!" Haarken voxed. The Raptor halted, trembling with restraint. Varn pressed the attack. His blade struck again and again, each blow measured, never overextended. Haarken parried with the haft of the Hellspear, the impact of sword against demon-touched metal ringing across the breach. Around them, the battle seemed to bend. Mortal soldiers saw angels of both sides locked in combat and forgot to breathe. Black Legion warriors watched with predatory interest. Sable Wardens tightened their perimeter, killing any Raptor who tried to break the duel's edge. Varn wounded him again. The power sword cut through Haarken's thigh plate, drawing dark blood that steamed against hot armor. Haarken answered with a spear thrust that Varn turned aside at the last instant, the blade scraping across his pauldron and tearing away the Sable Warden's sigil. Varn slammed a boot into Haarken's knee joint, fired his plasma pistol again, and forced the Herald back a step. A roar went up from the Imperial line. It was a mistake. Hope always was. Haarken heard it and understood the shape of the moment. The wall had seen the falling doom bleed. The mortals had seen one of their angels drive back the Herald. Faith, wounded and starving, reached for that image. Haarken let them have it for one more breath. Then he changed the rhythm. His jump pack fired in a confined burst, not to lift him, but to twist him sideways faster than Varn's neck strike could follow. The power sword cut air. Haarken reversed his grip on the Hellspear and slammed the butt into Varn's helm, cracking the left lens. Varn staggered, but did not fall. He fired the plasma pistol again. Haarken took the shot across his shoulder and came through it, armor glowing, flesh burning beneath. The Hellspear punched forward. Varn twisted. The blade missed his primary heart by the breadth of a finger and still drove through his torso, entering beneath the ribs and erupting from his back in a spray of blood, gene-enhanced tissue, and fragments of shattered armor. The loyalist captain locked one gauntlet around the haft, holding himself upright through strength that would have torn an ordinary man apart from within. His cracked helm lifted. "You are only a herald," Varn spat. Blood bubbled through his vox grill. Haarken stepped close, his own armor smoking, his wounds dripping onto the bastion stones. "Yes," he said, "and you are only the message." He ignited his jump pack. Haarken rose above the breach with Arctos Varn impaled upon the Hellspear. Every picked caster that still functioned saw it. Every hardline vox receiving from the wall heard it. Drajul 9 opened channels with a burst of scrap code, forcing the sound into Imperial receivers. Varn did not scream at first. He was Adeptus Astartes. He bit down on agony with transhuman discipline and hatred enough to shame lesser men. Haarken twisted the spear slowly. Then the captain made a sound. Not fear. Pain. The wet, grinding, unwilling sound of a warrior being unmade around a blade. Haarken broadcast it across the wall of martyrs. Imperial soldiers heard their angel die. Some kept firing with tears streaking clean paths through the ash on their faces. Some screamed. Some prayed. Some tried to charge and were cut apart by their own officers for breaking position. The Sable Wardens did not break. They marked the death, adjusted command succession, and continued killing. That made Haarken admire them. It did not save them from meaning. He hurled Varn's corpse down onto the breach. The dead captain struck among his brothers, armor shattered, spear wound still steaming. Chaplain Nemian recovered the body under fire and spoke no lament. The battle did not end. The wall of martyrs held. Against cultist tides, against traitor, armor, against demon engines, against raptors, against fire from earth and sky, it held. Its forward trenches were meat, its bastions were cracked, its macro towers burned, its reliquary bunkers overflowed with dead. But it held. Titan guns still spoke, knights still strode, Sable Wardens still stood in the breaches, fewer now, blackened and bleeding, but unbroken. At dusk, Haarken gave an order no Imperial commander understood. Cease. The Black Legion stopped attacking, not everywhere at once. The order moved through the host like a blade sliding back into its sheath. Artillery fell silent. Cultist waves halted beyond the killing fields, many still twitching under withdrawal shock and fanatic hunger. Demon engines prowled but did not advance. Raptors pulled back to the smoke banks. Traitor tanks reversed into the ash. Even the Vox shrieks dimmed until the battlefield was left with only groans, fire, settling rubble, and the distant crackle of burning men. The wall of martyrs waited. No cheer rose from it, no hymn, no triumph. The silence was too deliberate. Holt stood in his command redoubt and listened to the absence of attack. Major Wren whispered, "My lord, they are withdrawing." Holt stared at the hololith, where enemy icons hung just beyond artillery certainty, motionless as predators in tall grass. "No," he said, "they are making us wonder why." Across the corpse-choked no-man's land, Haarken Worldclaimer watched the wall beneath a sky of ash and dead aircraft. He had not broken it, not yet. So he let it stand in silence and allowed every man upon it to imagine what would come next. For 3 days after the Wall of Martyrs held, the Black Legion did not advance. That was what broke men first. Not the artillery, not the Raptor shrieks, not the sight of Captain Arctos Varn raised upon the Hellspear, while his death sounds crawled through every receiving grill along the wall. Men could understand attack. Men could understand slaughter. Men could understand fire falling from the sky and traitor armor grinding through trench mud under banners of the eye. Such things belong to war. Such things could be answered with laser-gun, shell, bayonet, oath, and death. Silence had no shape to shoot. Across the Wall of Martyrs, Imperial soldiers crouched in corpse-choked firing bays and waited for the next wave. Their hands shook around rifle stocks. Their eyes stared through magnocular slits at the ash wastes beyond the wire, where cultist hordes stood motionless in the distance, like a black rot spread across the world. Demon engines prowled but did not charge. Traitor tanks idled behind smoke banks. Raptors watched from broken towers and wrecked aircraft skeletons, their winged silhouettes appearing and vanishing in the chemical fog. The Loyalists fired warning shots at shadows. The shadows did not answer. By the second day, the men began to hear the officers again, not the living ones. The dead spoke from beneath normal command channels, their voices buried under orders, artillery corrections, ration tallies, medici requests, and shield status reports. A captain who had been beheaded at relay cord whispered grid coordinates while sobbing through a throat he no longer possessed. A colonel whose corpse had been found nailed to a Vox mast begged his regiment to open the western gate. Colonel Bren Arturos, slain in command mustering square Atraxes, repeated the same sentence every 9 minutes in a wet, bubbling cadence. Stand firm, stand firm, stand firm. Sometimes the voices were low enough that men convinced themselves they had imagined them. Sometimes they rose under the orders of the living and turned every command into a dirge. "Hold the trench," said the major. "Help me," said the dead beneath him. "Adjust fire left," said the artillery prefect. "I can still feel the spear," whispered a commander without a body. The Sable Wardens answered with bolters and discipline. Vox crews who repeated corrupted sound patterns were removed from their stations, interrogated for less than a minute, and executed. Entire relay dugouts were burned by flamer teams if their operators failed purity checks. Chaplain Baroch Nemian walked the wall with his Crozius dragging sparks behind him, ordering silence among mortal ranks except for confirmed battle count. Prayer was permitted only in the mind. Speech belonged to command. It helped. It did not save the Hive. Inside Hive Primus, the siege became inward-facing. Food lines collapsed first. The ration towers had survived bombardment, riot, and scrap code. but they could not survive false orders issued through sealed administrative channels bearing valid command sigils stolen from Bastion Severitus. District 9 was ordered to send its grain reserve to District 12. District 12 received orders to burn its receiving depot due to contamination. District 6 was told the convoy had been poisoned and opened fire on it, with heavy stubbers from hab balconies. By dusk, 300 cargo crawlers lay burning in the avenue between the districts, their holds split open, their contents trampled into bloody mud by starving men fighting over ash-coated corpse starch. Water failed next. Purification shrines beneath the Hive began locking their own gates. Drajal 9's corruption had touched only fragments of their logic, but fragments were enough. One shrine declared the water blessed and lethal. Another declared all handlers impure and flooded its chambers with boiling, cleansing steam. A third pumped sludge from corpse drainage channels into a hab reservoir and stamped the action with 3 layers of mechanicus approval. Men drank before the taste reached them. By morning, the lower stacks were full of vomiting, convulsing bodies, their mouths and eyes leaking blackened water. Then, the corpse plants overflowed. The dead of Hive Primus had always belonged to industry. Flesh went to rendering, bone went to powder, fat went to fuel, teeth and metal implants went to reclamation. The Imperium wasted nothing, not even the bodies of those who had died praising it. Corpse processing manufactorum. Septimus had been built to consume 10,000 bodies an hour. On the 3rd day of silence, it jammed. Too many bodies arrived at once. Too many had been burned, contaminated, mutated, irradiated, or bloated by chemical exposure. Conveyor teeth snapped, bone mills clogged. Pressure gauges climbed in the rendering vats, while overseers shouted litanies at machines that no longer listened. Labourers used hooks to drag bodies into the grinders by hand. Limbs came loose, bellies burst, heads rolled beneath boots and stared upward with boiled white eyes. A vat seal failed, then another. The pressure burst the rendering line from within. A wave of boiling human slurry punched through the manufactorum wall and flooded the labour district beyond. It came waist-high at first, then chest-high in the low alleys, a scalding torrent of liquefied meat, fat, hair, bone grit, melted uniforms, teeth, prayer beads, and half-rendered organs. Men screamed as it swallowed them. Some died from the heat before they drowned. Others slipped under, surfaced coated in pink-grey filth, clawed at walls, and vanished again beneath the flow. Rebreathers clogged with cooked tissue. Children of the labour barracks were not seen again after the first surge. The district's shrine statue remained upright, its stone robes stained to the waist, with the dead it had failed to protect. Haarken had no warrior in that manufactorum. No Black Legion blade caused the rupture. He did not need one. His agents had issued transport orders, rerouted corpse convoys, delayed pressure releases, and altered purity confirmations by fractions. The Imperium had provided the bodies. The machines had provided the method. The city had eaten itself. When Holt ordered the district sealed, Haarken broadcast the order back to the Hive. Not altered, not falsified. The Lord Marshal's own voice condemned the Labour district to quarantine. The seals came down. Men trapped outside the gates listened to those inside drown in rendered human remains and beat their fists bloody against adamantium. Then the Black Legion Vox thieves played Holt's command again, louder, over every hab speaker that still lived. Seal the district. No extraction. No exceptions. By nightfall, men in 3 adjacent hab blocks had painted the words on their own walls in soot and blood. no exceptions. Holt saw the pick captures and ordered the blocks purged. His command redoubt had become colder since Bastion Severitus fell. The walls sweated. The lumen strips flickered. Every officer who entered spoke less than he had the day before. Major Wren remained beside the primary hardline altar, his ears packed with clotting foam, his hands moving over runes with the weary precision of a man already half dead. Hab blocks Karth, Morn, and Pelion refuse ration lockdown, Wren said. District wardens report armed resistance. PDF platoons sent to enforce compliance have not returned. Contamination? Unconfirmed. Assume confirmed. My lord, the Sable Wardens advise physical inspection before bombardment. The Sable Wardens do not command food stability. No, my lord. Holt looked at the hololith. The rebellious blocks pulsed amber. Around them, loyalist movements pulsed green. Beyond them, deeper in the hive, red infection markers spread like blood in water. Artillery? Inner batteries can range them. Shelling will risk damage to Water Artery 6 and munitions Tramline 7. If those blocks turn fully, we lose both anyway. Wren closed his eyes for less than a heartbeat. By your command. Execute riot doctrine. First barrage high explosive. Second incendiary. Third airburst against escape avenues. Then send loudhailers to inform adjacent districts that rations will resume once obedience is restored. The order passed. The guns fired within the hive. Shells meant for enemy lines came down upon Imperial Hab blocks. The first barrage blew out the lower floors, collapsing towers into themselves while men inside died under their own ceilings. The second filled the ruins with fire. The third caught those fleeing through the avenues, airburst shells opening above them and turning crowds into torn cloth, flesh strips, and drifting red mist. Holt watched the icons change from amber to black. Haarken watched too. From a captured sky dock half hidden in cloud, he stood before a bank of stolen picked feeds and listened to the hive consume its own. Around him, Black Legion warriors observed in silence. Vorgast seemed restless, his talons flexing at the lack of immediate slaughter. Malrek watched with cold interest. Drajal 9 hummed Binharic satisfaction as his thralls archived every atrocity and stripped it into forms suitable for rebroadcast. The hive screens showed Imperial shells falling on Imperial homes. Haarken's voice entered the lower districts before the smoke had cleared. Witness your protectors. Then Holt's order played again. First barrage, high explosive. Second incendiary. Third airburst. Then the Picts followed. The Black Legion did not need to embellish much. Reality was sufficient. Men saw Imperial artillery erase Imperial Habs. They heard their Lord Marshal's voice. They saw Sable Wardens standing at quarantine lines with bolters lowered toward refugees. They saw commissars shooting men trying to flee ration lockdowns. They saw priests dragged aside and silenced when their sermons interfered with curfew commands. Faith did not shatter everywhere. That would have been too merciful. It rotted unevenly. Some men prayed harder. Some tore aquilae from walls. Some begged forgiveness while hiding sons from conscription gangs. Some reported neighbours as cultists to gain extra water. Some killed district wardens and declared for the War Master. Some killed those men and declared greater loyalty to the Emperor. Some did not care who ruled the sky anymore, so long as the ration gate opened before they starved. Imperial authority answered as Imperial authority always answered when cornered. With lists, names of suspected cultists, names of ration thieves, names of deserters, names of men heard repeating Haarken's title, names of men who failed to report other names quickly enough. Gallows rose in transit squares. Firing pits filled behind munitorum depots. Penal brands glowed hot in enforcement chapels. Forced redeployments dragged exhausted regiments from one side of the Hive to the other, until men collapsed while marching and were trampled by the columns behind them. The Emperor's servants began to sound like the invaders. Obey or die. Speak and die. Move and die. Remain and die later. Haarken enjoyed the distinction. One of his own did not. Lord Karzoth Malig, called the Chain Prince by the rabble chained to his armour, entered the Sky Dot Command Shrine during the third night of silence. He had once commanded a sizable warband of his own before bending knee to the War Master's greater darkness. His armour was black, but he wore too much brass, too many trophies, too many screaming faces bound into his cloak. Behind him came his champion, Dravok, a brute in corrupted plate with a chain axe in each fist and a helm fashioned from the skull of a loyalist dreadnought sarcophagus. Karzoth looked at the picked feeds and laughed with open contempt. 3 days, he said. 3 days of still guns and muttering screams. The wall stands. The Hive breathes. The corpse worshippers still hold their banners, and we watch them ration filth. Haarken did not turn from the images. Karzoth stepped closer. The War Master sent us to conquer, not to admire famine. Malrek's hand drifted toward his weapon. Vorgast's jump pack gave a low turbine growl, as though sharing its master's irritation. Haarken raised one hand, the others stilled. Speak the whole of your complaint, he said. Karzoth mistook that for invitation. You play with prey. You name yourself Worldclaimer, yet you let the world stand because screams amuse you. Give me the armor. Give me the demon engines. I will break the wall of martyrs by dawn. No, Haarken said. One word? That is all? That is all the wisdom your proposal deserves. Dravosh snarled and stepped forward. Careful, Herald. The chamber seemed to narrow around the word. Haarken finally turned. He looked not at Karzoth, but at the champion. Do you know why you still breathe? Dravoch's chain axes revved, teeth spinning with a hungry whine. Because no one here has stopped me. Because you are less valuable dead than the lesson I am considering. Karzoth laughed. Then teach. Haarken gestured to Drajul 9. The warpsmith fed data into the central hololith. Numbers became icons. Icons became death tallies. Not clean Imperial accounting. Black Legion accounting. Useful accounting. Desertion incidents. Suicides. Friendly fire exchanges. Executions by Imperial command. Quarantine deaths. Riot suppression casualties. Starvation projections. Water poisoning fatalities. Vox-induced command failures. Units withdrawn from the wall to suppress their own rear districts. Ammunition spent on Imperial hab zones. Officers killed by their own men. Men killed by officers for suspected disobedience. The tally climbed. It climbed past the confirmed kills of the Raptors. It climbed past the casualties inflicted by several direct assaults. It climbed until even Karzoth stopped laughing. Haarken let the silence thicken before he spoke. Bolts end lives. Terror spends them. Dravosh spat onto the deck. Coward's arithmetic. Haarken moved before the spit struck the metal. The hellspear was in his hand and through Dravok's abdomen in the same breath. The champion's chain axes roared, one biting across Haarken's pauldron, the other striking sparks from the floor as his strength failed. Haarken drove him backward, pinning him against the hololith altar hard enough to crack the machinery beneath him. The spear did not kill at once. Haarken made certain of that. Dravosh tried to curse. Blood came out instead. Haarken leaned close. You fail because you count only the men your hands can reach. He lifted the champion clear of the altar and turned so every warrior in the chamber could see him. Dravoch kicked, armor grinding, chain axes falling from weakening fingers. The hellspear drank around the wound, flesh blackened. The champion's stomach split wider, not from the blade alone but from pressure within, as though his organs sought to flee the lesson before his soul did. A loop of intestine spilled down over Haarken's gauntlet. He did not look at it. "You would break a gate," Haarken said. "I break the reason men stand behind it." He tore the hellspear upward. Dravoch opened from belly to sternum. His corpse slid off the blade in 2 heavy pieces, wet against the deck. Karzoth did not move. Haarken looked at him at last. "Bring your warband to the southern trenches by dawn. You will remain still until ordered. If your guns fire without my word, I will use your skull as the next Vox horn." Karzoth's hatred trembled in the air. His obedience followed. "As you proclaim," he said. On Morant Vane, the silence continued until it no longer felt like the absence of war. It felt like a held breath inside a tomb. Lord Marshal Holt understood enough of the enemy by then to know waiting was no longer defense. The wall had held. The Hive had not. Every hour of stillness turned Imperial measures into Black Legion propaganda. Every execution steadied one line and poisoned 3 others. Every silence filled with dead officers whispering under command channels. Every necessary cruelty gave Haarken another blade to place in Imperial hands. Holt stood in the command redoubt with Captain Baroch Nemian of the Sable Wardens beside him and Major Wren at the Vox altar. "An army cannot be killed while its general refuses battle," Holt said. Nemian's skull helm turned toward him. "He is not their general. He is their wound." "Then we cauterize it." Wren looked up from the hardline runes. "My lord?" Holt's face was grey with exhaustion, but his voice did not shake. "Draft the order. Higher seal. Sable Warden's authority appended. Tempestus execution assets attached. Naval and artillery support is available. No territorial objective. No retrieval priority. No prisoners." Nemian said nothing. Holt looked at the hololith, where the wall of martyrs waited beneath enemy silence. "The target is Haarken Worldclaimer," he said. "Kill the Herald, and let the war hear him die." The order to kill Haarken. Worldclaimer passed through no civilian channel, no shrine relay, no Vox chapel, and no astropathic choir. It moved by hardline, by courier servitor, by armoured data wafer carried beneath armed escort, and by the spoken word of men who understood that a sentence could become treason if the wrong machine heard it. Lord Marshal Holt sealed the command with his blood and command signet. Chaplain Baroch Nemian of the Sable Wardens appended the authority of his chapter with a gauntlet pressed into black wax. The Tempestus commander assigned to the operation watched both seals harden and said nothing. Silence had become the last surviving form of purity on Morant Vane. The kill order named no territory to seize, no civilians to extract, no bunker to reclaim, no relic to preserve, only the Herald. Haarken had to die in sight of the war. The place chosen for the trap had once been Manufactorum Hestian, a tank birth line that produced Lehman Russ hulls for the equatorial defense cohorts. Now it lay dead beneath a ceiling of chemical fog. Its assembly halls stretched for kilometers through the lower industrial crown of Hive Primus, a wasteland of broken cranes, half-built tanks, collapsed conveyor bridges, empty shell racks, and machine shrines abandoned beneath a skin of ash. Tank hulls hung unfinished from rusting suspension claws. Turrets without guns rested on transit rails like decapitated heads. Servo arms twitched in damaged repetition, welding nothing to nothing, cutting empty air, stamping prayers into plates that would never become armor. The conveyor belts had clogged with bodies. At first, they had been workers killed during the riots, then PDF troopers, then cultists, then those who could no longer be classified without wasting time. The dead lay layered between tank parts and shell casings, their uniforms soaked in oil, their faces grey beneath the fog. Some had gone rigid with their hands still locked around tools. Others were little more than meat dragged by the belt teeth until they jammed in the gears. The manufactorum air tasted of rust, promethium, old blood, and coolant fumes thick enough to sting the eyes through a rebreather seal. It was a place where machines had forgotten their purpose, and men had remembered only death. The Imperium baited it carefully. False panic reports were allowed to leak through channels Haarken had touched before. A surviving command relay was made to appear vulnerable. A quarantine breach was staged. A Tempestus convoy moved openly through the upper avenue and then vanished into the manufactorum through blast doors made to seem damaged. Servo skulls drifted in loose, frightened patterns above the district, pretending to search for contamination while their Auspex arrays triangulated every atmospheric tremor. Orbital tracking augers watched the air above the district through gaps in ash and smoke. Sable Warden veterans lay sealed in armoured stillness among wrecked tanks, their armour heat-baffled, their bolters locked, their breathing slowed to glacial patience. Gravity snares were buried beneath the assembly floor. Stasis charges waited in crane housings and beneath conveyor spines. Plasma kill zones overlapped along every likely descent path. A sanctioned psyker knelt at the centre of the trap, surrounded by hexagrammic wards, null rod pylons, and 3 Sable Warden veterans who would kill him if his soul became a gate for anything not already planned. His name was Ilvar Grex. He had been born in a prison moon, tithed to the black ships, broken by sanctioning, and remade into a weapon that hated the warp because he knew it too intimately. His scalp was tattooed with warding script. His eyes had been stitched open to keep him from retreating behind his own lids. He whispered through cracked lips. He sees it. Captain Adjunct Marius Kale of the Sable Wardens stood within the hollow of an unfinished demolisher tank, his grey armour darkened with soot, one hand resting upon the grip of his power blade. He had served under Arctos Varn. The dead captain's command seal now hung from Kale's vambrace. "Clarify," Kale said. Grex trembled. The wards around him clicked, as if tiny teeth were chattering in the metal. The Herald sees the trap. Kyle's voice did not change. Then he will avoid it. "No," Grex whispered. "He is coming because it is a trap." The Tempestus commander, Tempesta Prime Odric Vale, heard the words over the hard-line bead in his helm. He did not curse. Scions did not waste breath where ammunition would serve. His platoons waited in the fog among tank hulls and assembly pillars. Hot-shot laser guns braced. Plasma gunners crouched behind sanctified shielding. Volley guns aimed at pre-marked arcs. Every man knew the odds. Every man had recited his oaths. Every man had been instructed to fire until his weapon melted or his hands were removed. Above Manufactorum Hestion, the clouds split. The Raptors came screaming down. Their Vox amplifiers did not broadcast the usual madness at first. No shrieked litanies, no broken hymns, no recordings of dead officers. Only the roar of jump packs and the tearing snarl of their descent through poisoned air. Black shapes dropped through chemical fog, wing veins cutting trails in the vapour, lightning claw talons open, chain blades growling at their hips. Then Haarken came behind them. He fell through the smoke like a blade thrown by the sky. The defenders fired. Gravity snares woke beneath the floor with a thunderclap of invisible force. The first Raptor claw struck the kill zone and dropped as if the world had seized them by the ankles. Jump packs screamed against sudden weight. Ceramite boots punched through metal flooring. One Raptor hit the ground so hard his legs shattered inside his greaves, bone and black blood spraying from armor joints as he collapsed. Stasis charges detonated in pale spheres of frozen time, catching two more mid-drop, suspending them above the floor as statues of murder wrapped in lightning. Plasma fire crossed the air. The manufactorum flashed blue-white. Superheated bolts struck falling raptors and turned armor molten. One warrior took a plasma blast through the chest and burst open from within, his organs cooking into steam that vented through his gorget. Another spun into a crane arm, lost both wings to focused lasfire, and crashed into a conveyor belt hard enough to scatter bodies in every direction. Hot shot fire stitched across the fog in disciplined lines. Bolters from sable-warden positions hammered into black armor with brutal rhythm. For the first time since his descent upon Morant Vane, Haarken's fall was broken. A gravity snare caught him half a second before landing. His Surfer 5 pattern jump pack howled as its engines fought the field. Warning runes burned across his helm display. The invisible pressure dragged him downward and sideways, tearing his descent angle apart. Plasma fire came for him from three directions. He twisted, taking one blast against his pauldron, another across the haft of the Hellspear, and a third through the left turbine casing of his jump pack. The engine screamed. Haarken hit the manufactorum floor hard enough to crack the metal plating beneath him. He rose in sparks and steam. His jump pack spat black smoke. One wing vein hung crooked. His chest plate was scored by plasma heat. The gold trim melted in places into thick, cooling tears. Blood ran from beneath the armor seal at his ribs. Around him, raptors slammed down under fire, some alive, some dying, some dragged apart by overlapping volleys before they could stand. The Imperial plan worked. For 40 heartbeats, it worked. Tempestus Scions advanced by squad, firing in clean drills. Plasma gunners targeted the damaged pack. Volley guns suppressed the raptors trying to lift from the gravity field. Sable-warden veterans emerged from tank, shells and behind machine shrines, bolters roaring, grey armour moving through the fog without haste. Captain Adjunct Kale led them, blade drawn, his voice a cold edge on the command bead. Contain the Herald. Do not close until his pack is dead. Scions, maintain arcs. Psyker, hold the field. Ilvar Grex convulsed at the centre of his ward circle. Blood threaded from his nostrils. The gravity snares pulsed in time with his whispered cant. Machine technology and sanctioned witchcraft bound together by desperation. Haarken turned his helm toward him. Across the dead manufactorum, through fog and lasfire and screaming turbines, the Herald saw the Psyker. Forgast, Haarken voxed. The Raptor champion answered from somewhere in the murk, his signal broken by static and pain. Pinned, 2 claws down, Imperial dogs in the bones of the factory. Bleed toward the centre. Acknowledged. Malrek's voice cut in next, controlled despite the gunfire. Chosen cannot reach you before the second cordon closes. Loyalist Astartes anchor the flanks. Then break the flanks. We are spending warriors. Spend them well. Haarken surged forward, not upward. The damaged pack would not give him the sky, so he became ground war. His first step cracked a corpse beneath his boot. His second carried him into hot-shot fire. Las beams scorched across his armour. One found the split in his thigh plate left by Arctos Varn and burned into the meat beneath. He staggered, but kept moving. A Scion sergeant stepped from cover and fired a plasma pistol into his path. Haarken hurled the hellspear low. It punched through the sergeant's knee, severed the leg, and pinned the limb to a tank hull behind him. The man fell without screaming, drew a sidearm, and fired until Haarken reached him. Haarken took his head with one sweep of a lightning claw. Not cleanly. The helm split, then the skull, then the body fell in a loose-limbed collapse, blood pumping across the manufactorum floor. Scions closed around him. They were brave. They were trained beyond ordinary men. They understood angles, sacrifice, and the mathematics of killing things stronger than themselves. They fired at joints, sensors, damaged plate. They fell back in pairs, never alone. One squad lured Haarken beneath a crane, housing just as a stasis charge detonated above him. Time thickened around his left arm. For a breath, the limb slowed, locked in the syrup of arrested motion. A melter bomb clamped to the floor at his feet. Haarken kicked a corpse onto it. The blast consumed the dead man and hurled molten fragments across the kill team. 2 scions died instantly. A third staggered with both hands fused to his weapon. Haarken tore free of the stasis field with a roar that was more engine than throat, the armor servos in his shoulder shrieking under the strain. Something inside the joint tore. He felt it, ignored it, continued. Captain Adjunct Kale met him beside a half-built tank. The Sable Warden struck with the same cold precision Varn had shown, and the recognition irritated Haarken more than the wound that followed. Kyle's power blade cut across the Herald's damaged side. The armor parted. Blood spattered against the unfinished tank hull. Haarken answered with the Hellspear, but Kale turned the thrust aside with his combat shield and fired a bolt pistol into Haarken's helm at close range. The impact snapped Haarken's head back. His left eye lens cracked. For an instant, the world appeared through fractured red. Kyle pressed forward. For Varn. Haarken caught the next sword stroke on the spear haft and leaned into the loyalist's faceplate. For whom? He asked. His jump pack fired in a crippled burst. Not enough to lift him. Enough to slam both warriors sideways through a dangling curtain of chain hooks. Kyle struck a crane support with force enough to dent his backpack. Haarken drove a knee into his abdomen, once, twice, each impact cracking ceramite. The Sable Warden tried to bring the pistol up again. Haarken's claw closed around the weapon and the hand holding it. He crushed both together. Kale did not cry out. Haarken respected that only enough to remember him for several seconds. Before the killing blow could fall, the shadows split. Warp talons arrived. They tore through reality inside the manufactorum like predators ripping through a membrane of skin. They came from beneath conveyor belts, from the hollow interiors of tank hulls, from shadows cast by cranes against fog. Their claws emerged first, wreathed in warp light, then helms, torsos, whole bodies dragging the stink of the immaterium behind them. Auspex skulls shrieked and fell from the air, their lenses bursting. Target locks died. The fog turned red around the edges. The scions held for 3 seconds. That was an eternity by mortal measure. The warp talons reached them on the 4th. One scion was opened from throat to groin. His carapace armor peeled apart as though it were wet parchment. Another lost his head to a claw strike that left the helmet spinning in the air, still transmitting his last breath. A plasma gunner fired point blank into a warp talon's chest and destroyed them both in a white flash. When the light faded, pieces of both warriors slapped wetly against the floor. A volley gun team tried to redeploy and vanished beneath 3 talons, their bodies torn apart in showers of opened armor, severed limbs, and steaming viscera. Hot-shot laser guns clattered from hands that no longer had arms. Blood sprayed across tank hulls that had never seen battle. Scions died with discipline, but discipline did not make their bodies harder to tear. Vorgast hit the Imperial flank with the surviving Raptors at the same moment. Malrek's Chosen broke the outer cordon. Sable Wardens fought back to back among the assembly shrines, killing traitors with bolt and blade, but the trap had become a melee, and the Imperium's careful geometry dissolved into butchery. Haarken left Kael broken against the crane support and moved toward the Psyker. Ilvar Grex saw him coming. The sanctioned Psyker stood at the center of his ward circle, bleeding from eyes, nose, ears, and the tattooed seams of his scalp. The null pylons around him flickered. The gravity snares were failing. Not because the machines were broken, though many were, because Grex was. He had held the Herald's descent. He had helped drag a monster from the sky. He had felt the thing look back. Grex raised one trembling hand. The air between him and Haarken folded inward. For a heartbeat, Haarken felt his heart slow. The ward circle flared. The Psyker tried to crush him in a fist of invisible force, to hold him long enough for the last plasma team to fire. Haarken took one step. The floor dented beneath his boot. Another step. Blood ran from his armor in black streams. His jump pack coughed sparks. His left arm hung for half a second before the armor servos forced it back into obedience. Plasma fire struck his side and burned away another layer of plate. He staggered, caught himself with the butt of the hellspear, and kept walking. Grex's face twisted. "I bind you," the Psyker rasped. Haarken entered the ward circle. Runes burst under his feet. One null pylon cracked from base to tip. The air became knives. The Psyker screamed through clenched teeth, pouring the last of his sanctioned soul into the killing pressure. Haarken drove the hellspear through his chest. The blade entered beneath the sternum and emerged from the spine in a spray of blood, bone chips, and psychic light. Grex arched around it, eyes blazing white. His mouth opened impossibly wide. The warp behind his soul recoiled and surged, seeking any wound through which to speak. Haarken leaned close to the dying witch. "Your soul is a door," he said. "I require no key." The hellspear drank the death spasm. Grex's body convulsed. His skin blackened around the wound. The psychic backlash came not as flame, but as sound. A scream tore from him and entered every open channel in the manufactorum. Dragel 9 caught it through prepared receivers. Haarken's helm vox opened. The scream was shaped, sharpened, given names and dead voices, then hurled into the Imperial command net. In the Western Redoubt, Lord Marshal Holt heard his own soldiers accuse him. They spoke beneath the scream, not ghosts, not truly. Men did not return from the Emperor's judgment to complain through vox static. Holt knew that. He knew it as certainly as he knew the weight of his pistol and the cost of an artillery barrage. Still, he heard them. Men from the Hab blocks he had shelled, officers abandoned in Bastion Severitus, pilgrims burned in quarantine, tank crews he had sent beyond artillery cover, Colonel Arturos, Captain Varn, men whose names he did not know and whose deaths had bought him minutes. Coward. The word came in 100 voices. Lord Marshal. Coward. Holt stood motionless while officers around him tore headsets away. One junior aide began sobbing. Chaplain Nemean shot him through the head without looking away from the vox altar. The scream ended. Major Wren's lips were white. The Hunter operation has failed. Holt already knew. Confirmation arrived in fragments. Tempestus elements annihilated. Sable Warden veterans reduced below effective strength. Captain Adjunct Kale critically wounded and unrecovered. Sanctioned Psyker dead. Servo skull arrays corrupted or destroyed. Orbital tracking lost during the melee. Haarken wounded but alive. Haarken broadcasting. Haarken victorious because the trap had been seen, entered and survived. Holt looked at the hololith of Hive Primus. The city was no longer a fortress. It was a carcass with guns. Chaplain Nemian's skull helm turned toward him. The Herald can be killed. He can, Holt said, but not by reaching for him. No. Wren looked between them. My lord, if he cannot be isolated, and if the Hive continues to fracture. Holt finished the thought because command required ownership of damnation. Then Hive Primus becomes the weapon. No one spoke. Beyond the redoubt walls, the Hive groaned under famine, fire, panic, and faith. Its walls still stood, its people still breathed, its guns still fired, its name still mattered. Holt stared at the map until the city looked less like a home and more like an acceptable sacrifice. Summon the remaining High Command, he said. Sable Wardens, Mechanicus, Artillery Corps, Ecclesiarchy, if any of them still obey useful instructions. Wren swallowed. Purpose. Holt's face had become as cold as the mountain that had buried his former command. Morcant Vane may survive, he said, if Hive Primus dies before the Herald can fully claim it. Hive Primus did not fall by breach. It was condemned by order. Lord Marshal Severian Holt signed the Purge writ beneath the failing lumen strips of the Western Command redoubt, while the walls sweated cold water and the vox altars whispered with the static of dead men. His command staff stood around him in a half-circle of hollow faces and bloodshot eyes. No one looked away from the parchment as the seal came down. No one pretended ignorance. Every officer in that chamber understood what the writ meant. The enemy had entered too deeply through hunger, vox, terror, and prayer. The outer districts could no longer be trusted. If the infection reached the core bastion, the Hive would become Haarken's weapon entire, so the Imperium turned its guns inward. Districts Morn, Karth, Pelion, Gethsemar, Vaughn Lower, and the West Corp's arteries are declared unrecoverable, Holt said. His voice was steady. That was the cruelty of it. He sounded less like a murderer than a man reading weather. Major Caldus Wren stood at the hardline altar, hands resting over the command runes. His ears were packed with clotting foam and blessed wax, but blood still leaked through. Purge pattern, my lord. Controlled. Artillery where density is highest. Promethium flood through transit channels. Rad cleansers in water tunnels. Gate starvation for enclosed habs until resistance ends or respiration does. No extraction without Sable Warden confirmation. No mass movement toward the core. A Munitorum colonel crossed himself with trembling fingers. There are still loyal citizens inside those districts. Holt looked at him with eyes like iron left in winter. There are also cults, corrupted vox shrines, compromised water, false command cells, and men who will open gates when the Black Legion speaks sweetly enough. Loyalty that cannot be separated from infection must be burned with it. Chaplain Baroch Nemian of the Sable Wardens stood beside the hololith, skull-helm turned toward the districts marked for death. His Crozius was dark with old blood. His chapter had been reduced, wounded, and denied even the dignity of clean war, yet his voice remained without softness. Mercy has no strategic value here. The colonel lowered his head. The order went out through hardline channels only. Batteries within the inner hive adjusted their elevation. Promethium sluice gates opened beneath transit roads. Rad engines woke in the water purification vaults. their machine spirits snarling awake beneath Mechanicus' chants. Adamantium gates descended across avenues wide enough for tank columns, sealing entire populations behind plasteel teeth and warning icons. Then the faithful began to die. The first artillery salvo struck District Morn while morning prayers were still being recited in the Hab chapels. The shells fell from Imperial guns, stamped with aquili and devotional script, and burst among Imperial dwellings. Towers split from foundation to crown. Floors pancaked into red dust and screaming darkness. Men were smashed beneath their own altars. Barracks levels collapsed into ration halls. Shrine statues fell through crowds and crushed worshippers into the marble they had knelt upon. Those who survived the first explosions emerged into streets where ash rained down with teeth and finger bones mixed in it. The second wave was Prometheum. Transit tunnels beneath Karth became rivers of fire. The liquid flame moved with mechanical patience, released from Purge sluices and pressure pumps, washing through barricades, corpse piles, makeshift shrines, cult dens, loyalist shelters, and ration queues alike. Men ran burning until their muscles failed. Others died pressed against sealed blast gates, their hands blackening on metal that would not open. A preacher tried to lead a hymn from atop a ration cart as the fire came around the corner. His voice lasted until the Prometheum climbed his robes and filled his mouth. The third wave was silence. Sealed gate starvation did not roar. It did not explode. It simply waited. In Pelion, the outer access ways closed and remained closed. Water ceased. Ration elevators stopped. Air circulation slowed to rationed breaths. Men beat on the gates for hours, then days. They shouted loyalty. They shouted names of officers. They shouted prayers. Some shouted Haarken's name when the others stopped listening. By the time the first inner patrol returned to inspect the gate seals, the outer side was painted with handprints, broken nails, and messages scratched in blood. Haarken had expected all of it. He had not needed to force Holt's hand. He had only needed to shape the fingers until they closed around the knife. Hidden pick drones watched the barrages from the ash vents. Servo skulls taken from dead Imperial adepts drifted through smoke, recording loyalist artillery impacts with lenses still bearing purity seals. Cult agents preserved command audio, clipped it, cleaned it, and layered it beneath false benedictions. Drajul 9 sanctified the recordings with counterfeit Imperial seals stolen from Bastion Severitus, stamping each transmission with the sigils of the Lord Marshal's authority, the Munitorum's necessity, and the Ecclesiarchy's blessing. By noon, the surviving district saw what the Imperium had done. Not rumours, not enemy lies naked in the air. Evidence. Holt's voice ordering the purge. Imperial shells striking Imperial habs. Sable Warden kill teams turning refugees away from quarantine gates. Prometheum sluices burning men who had spent their lives in manufactorum service to the throne. Rad cleansers boiling contaminated tunnel systems, while trapped labourers screamed from behind observation glass. The broadcasts came wrapped in hymns. False purity cant preceded them. Counterfeit seals glowed in the corner of every picked feed. To the exhausted, starving, frightened men of Hive Primus, it looked official because it was official. Haarken had not invented the atrocity. He had merely given it a pulpit. "Behold," his voice said beneath the images, calm as a blade being drawn. "The Imperium kills its faithful faster than I can reach them." Inside the Hive, men began to understand that no side had come to save them. There were only machines of annihilation, each grinding from a different direction. While the defenders murdered their own infected districts, the Black Legion struck the arteries. Malrek led Chosen through the western supply spines, not to occupy them, but to kill what made them useful. Ammunition conveyors were cut with melter charges. Fuel lines were opened and ignited. Munitorum adepts were nailed to inventory cogitators with their own styluses driven through their hands. Traitor Guard storm squads attacked ration depots as the defenders were occupied sealing civilian gates, poisoning grain stores, and leaving enough untouched that men would fight over whether to eat it. Vorgast and his raptors fell upon Medici vaults. They did not kill every patient. That would have been wasteful. They slaughtered chirurgeons, Medici servitors, blood bank attendants, and anyone who knew which drugs kept officers alive. They shattered stasis coffins and dragged wounded commanders into the open for picked capture. In one vault, a Sable Warden apothecary fought until both his legs were severed and one arm hung by cables. Vorgast left him alive long enough to watch the Gene Seed vault burned, then crushed the apothecary's skull against the floor with slow pressure. Drajal 9 took the astropathic chambers. The remaining choirs were already half mad from Haarken's first proclamation. The warpsmith did not need to break them further. He rewired their pain. His mechadendrites pierced blind skulls, fed scrap code through soul-burned flesh, and turned desperate Imperial distress calls into shrieking hymns to failure. Some astropaths detonated under the strain, their bodies splitting from within, as witchlight boiled out through ribs and eye sockets. Others survived in the manner of machines surviving, reduced to components in a device that no longer cared whether its parts had once been men. Ammunition elevators followed. Raptors struck from above, while cult saboteurs rose from below. Lift cables were cut. Shell cages dropped into darkness. Entire elevator columns collapsed, falling through the Hive with a sound like thunder trapped in a well. Where the munitions detonated, the blast travelled upward and downward at once, shredding decks, rupturing barracks, and punching columns of fire through maintenance levels. Men far from the fighting died under falling ammunition they had manufactured with their own hands. Outside Hive Primus, the god engines began to duel. The Titan War had waited like a storm beyond the horizon. Now it came forward through artillery haze and fields of burning aircraft. Imperial warhounds stalked through ash clouds, their void shields shimmering under impacts. Reavers advanced with cathedral steps, weapon arms glowing, banners hanging in scorched tatters from their carapaces. The warlord Dominus Invictane strode behind the forward bastions, its princeps sealed in divine union with a machine older than most imperial bloodlines. Every footfall shook the dead from trench walls. Against them came corrupted engines, not merely titans with defaced heraldry, things that had been god machines once and had since learned hunger. Brass growths ribbed their armour. Demonic faces pressed against their hulls from within, mouthing soundless curses through plates of iron. One warhound equivalent ran on backward-jointed legs like a starving animal, its plasma reactor visible through ribs of black metal and pulsing flesh. A traitor Reaver bore chains of captured tanks around its waist, dragging them like trophies that screamed whenever its reactor heart pulsed. The first exchange turned the wastes white. Plasma, volcano cannon fire, turbo laser light, missiles, macro shells, and void shield discharge washed over the plain. Aircraft burning from the sky were caught between Titan weapons and vanished before touching ground. Night households charged beneath the legs of god engines, lances bright, chain blades roaring, only to be swatted aside by weapons meant to kill cities. One Imperial Knight rammed its Reaper chainsword into the ankle joint of a corrupted engine and held it there until a demonic claw closed around the knight's carapace and peeled it open. The pilot's death scream broadcast through house channels before static swallowed it. Dominus Invictane killed the first corrupted Reaver with a sunburst from its plasma annihilator. The traitor engine's void shields collapsed in layers. Its torso split open. Something inside it shrieked through every noospheric channel in range. It fell backward, crushing its own supporting armor columns beneath its spine. The impact drove a wave of mud and corpses outward in a ring. Then the traitor warlord answered. Its name was not spoken by loyal machine priests, because to name a blasphemy is to give it room in the mind. It fired from behind a curtain of smoke, its main weapon a lance of caged warp fire that struck Dominus Invictane through the weakened left shield arc. The Imperial God engine staggered. Its left knee buckled. Warning horns sounded across the hive. The Princeps tried to correct. Moderati screamed damage reports. Servitors burst in their cradles as feedback cooked their nervous systems. A second shot took the knee. Dominus Invictane fell toward Hive Primus. It came down slowly enough for men to understand what was happening, and too quickly for any of them to escape. The Warlord Titan struck the outer city blocks with the weight of a collapsing mountain. Hab towers ruptured like rotten fruit under its shoulders. Streets vanished beneath armor plates and cathedral masonry. Its plasma weapon carved through a district as it fell, cutting a molten wound through ferrocrete and packed shelters. Void shield backlash exploded outward, lifting vehicles, bodies, shrine stalls, barricades, and tank wrecks into the air before throwing them down as scrap and pulp. Flaming machine oil poured from the dead god's joints in rivers, setting corpse-clogged avenues alight. Crushed armor crews screamed from beneath plates too heavy for cranes. Men trapped in lower hab levels drowned in dust, blood, and liquid metal. The corpse of Dominus Invictane became a mountain of fire across several city blocks. Haarken used its death as cover. He descended through the chaos with his damaged Surfer 5 pattern jump pack, screaming in protest and black smoke. Around him fell raptors, some whole, some wounded, some no longer caring whether they landed or crashed. Anti-air fire was distracted by the Titan duel. Command channels were choked with catastrophe reports. Every eye that should have watched the upper basilica was fixed upon the fallen god engine crushing the Hive's flank. The Basilica of St. Vaughan rose above the upper crown of Hive Primus, wounded but standing, its spires blackened, its statues chipped by shrapnel, its great vox organ half repaired after the massacre of the choir. Within its nave gathered the remaining ecclesiarchy leadership of the Hive, high confessors, militant deacons, relic bearers, and preachers whose voices had survived long enough to become useful to command. They had assembled the faithful for a grand rite of defiance, hoping to drown Haarken's propaganda with one final planetary sermon. Their timing was perfect for Haarken. He entered through the stained glass roof. The windows showed the Emperor enthroned in gold, St. Vaughan kneeling beneath him, and the enemies of mankind burning beneath righteous light. Haarken shattered the image with his body. Glass fell in glittering rain. Lead ribs snapped. His jump pack fired at the last instant, slowing him enough to land upon the central aisle in a storm of coloured shards and black ash. The congregation stared. Thousands of men packed the nave, soldiers, pilgrims, clerks, wounded officers, priests, choir serfs. Some carried weapons, most carried nothing but fear dressed as faith. Haarken rose from the crouch. The hellspear unfolded its hunger in his gauntlet. For a moment, no one moved. Then the killing began. Raptors crashed through the broken roof after him. They struck the balconies, the side chapels, the choir lofts. Bolters thundered inside sacred walls. Chainswords screamed against bone and pew wood. Priests lifted icons and were cut down behind them. Guardsmen fired into the nave and killed as many faithful as traitors in the panic. A relic bearer tried to strike Haarken with a saint's femur mounted in silver. Haarken took the relic from him, crushed the bone in one fist, and drove the splinters into the man's open mouth until they burst through the back of his neck. The High Confessor stood at the altar. His name was Odran Valech, and his robes were white beneath gold armor plates inscribed with scripture. His face was old, narrow, and made savage by belief. He did not run. He raised a gilded loudhailer and began to recite the litany of unbroken light. Haarken walked through the slaughter toward him. Men threw themselves in the Herald's path. He killed them without changing pace. A deacon struck his armor with a shock maul and died when the hellspear removed his head. 2 stormtroopers opened fire from beside the pulpit and were torn apart by Vorgast before their second volley. A preacher clutched Haarken's leg and screamed that the Emperor protected. Haarken drove one taloned boot down through the man's spine and pinned him there until the twitching stopped. At the altar, the High Confessor's litany faltered. Haarken seized him by the throat and lifted him before the congregation. "Speak," Haarken said. Valech spat blood onto black armor. "I will speak only his truth." "You will speak. Mine first." Haarken drove the butt of the hellspear into the confessor's knee. Bone cracked loudly enough to carry through the nave. Valech screamed, then bit the sound in half and began praying again. Haarken nodded once to Drajul's waiting thralls in the choir gallery. The repaired vox organ woke. Its brass throats opened. Its dead choir sockets crackled. Every functioning pulpit amplifier in the basilica turned toward the altar. Haarken held the High Confessor close to the loudhailer. "Say it," he said. Valech's face twisted with hatred, pain, and terror. Around him, the congregation watched their shepherd suspended in the grip of the falling doom. The High Confessor resisted for 3 breaths. On the 4th, Haarken tightened his grip until vertebrae ground together. "Morant Vane," Valech choked. His voice boomed through the basilica. "Morant Vane has—" He gagged. Blood ran down his chin. Haarken leaned closer. Valech's eyes bulged. 80 days, the confessor gasped. "Count them in screams." The words rolled through the nave. Something died in the congregation then. Not all faith. Faith was too stubborn to die cleanly, but a shape of it broke. Men who had survived artillery, famine, silence, and purge heard their own High Confessor repeat the Herald's claim, and the sound entered them like poison. Haarken turned the confessor to face them. "Your God is silent," he said. "Mine sent me." Then he drove the hellspear through Valech's spine, through the altar, and deep into the stone beneath. The High Confessor jerked once. His arms spread wide as though crucified on the spear's length. Blood ran down the altar steps, mingling with spilled sacramental oil. Haarken left him there, pinned upright before the broken pulpit, while Drajul's stolen systems carried the image to every channel still capable of receiving. By the time loyalist counterattack squads reached the basilica, Haarken was gone. The altar still held the body. The vox organ still whispered, "Morant Vane has 80 days. Count them in screams." On the 79th night, as ash fell over Hive Primus and the corpse of Dominus Invictane burned across the outer districts, the void shields failed from within. Not all at once. One generator flickered, then another. Then the crown pylons dimmed in sequence like candles pinched between dead fingers. Above the hive, the sky opened. The 80th day came beneath a sky that had forgotten how to be sky. Morant Vane lay under a vault of smoke, ash, burning voidcraft, demonic contrails, falling defense stations, and the dying light of orbital war. The sun was a rumour behind black cloud. The heavens pulsed with lance fire and the red throbbing of broken shield pylons. Orbital bastions that had once guarded the world like iron saints now fell in pieces, their wreckage streaking through the upper atmosphere as burning scripture written by failure. Defense lasers still fired from the Hive crown, but they did so without rhythm, without command certainty, lashing blindly through smoke at shapes too large or too fast or too cursed to die when struck. Hive Primus endured beneath it all, not alive, not whole. Endurance was not life. It was a refusal to stop dying. Its outer districts burned, its lower habs starved behind sealed gates. Its corpse plants had drowned labour levels in boiled human remains. Its basilica had been desecrated. Its god engine lay dead across the city's flank, still leaking rivers of flaming machine oil through avenues clogged with crushed tanks and bodies. The void shields had failed from within on the 79th night, and now the Hive stood naked under a sky filled with enemies. On the ash plain before the wall of martyrs, Haarken, Worldclaimer, gathered the war host. The surviving Raptors came first, their armour scorched, wing veins cracked, jump packs patched with black iron and chains. They had fallen through flak, fire and storm for 80 days, and those still living had become leaner things, more hate than flesh beneath ceramite. Vorgast stood among them, one talon replaced by a hooked adamantium claw after the hunter net had taken the original hand from him. His helm lenses burned with carrion hunger. Warp talons waited apart from them, twitching in and out of shadow as if reality refused to hold them for long. Their claws scraped sparks from the ground. Where they stood, ash rose upward. There, silence was not discipline. It was the pause before skin split. The chosen of the Black Legion formed ranks beneath Malrek of the Ebon Vow. Their black armour was marked by old wars and fresh blood. Some carried combi weapons. Some bore chain axes, power mauls, lightning claws, or blades whose edges whispered in languages older than imperial truth. They did not chant. They did not posture. They waited like a row of executioners before a prison door. The cult champions came next, dragging mobs behind them in chains, scripture wire, hook harnesses, and hunger. Men with burned faces, men with nails through their tongues, men wearing officer skins as cloaks, men who had once served the corpse throne and now shrieked Abaddon's name through broken teeth. Traitor Guard commanders stood among them with rusted sabres and command rods, trying to make armies out of madness. Behind them rolled tanks, siege crawlers, demon engines, ammunition haulers, corpse carts, and furnace wagons. Dark Mechanicum butcher priests tended the machines. Drajal 9 moved at their centre like a spider of brass and black iron, his mechadendrites dripping oil and blood. Around him, skinned adepts hung from portable cogitator frames, their nerves wired into targeting engines. He had taken the Hive's defense map, its shield rhythms, its dead voices, its secret roads, and its machine shame. Now he fed the final assault with everything the Imperium had built to prevent it. Haarken stood above them upon the wrecked prow of a crashed defense monitor. The Hellspear rested in his hand. His armour bore the campaign's history and wounds. Plasma burns blackened his side. Loyalist blade cuts scarred his chest plate. The left turbine casing of his Surfer 5 pattern jump pack had been repaired with black chain, fused plating, and the screaming core of a captured servo engine. His helm's cracked lens had not been replaced. He had chosen to see through the fracture. It made the world look as it deserved to look. Broken. The war host waited for a speech. Haarken gave them a sentence. Take the Hive apart in the order I named. The first layer moved. Cultists flooded the killing fields before Hive Primus, not as soldiers, not as a disciplined tide, but as a continent of meat hurled into the teeth of guns. They ran through minefields, over corpse bridges, into razor wire, beneath collapsing bombardments. They carried ladders, hooks, explosives, severed heads, icons, stolen aquilae worn upside down, and the bones of their own dead. The Hive guns opened. Heavy bolters ripped lanes through the mob. Autocannons cut men into tumbling sections. Mortars turned whole crowds into red fog. Lassfire stitched across the ash wastes until the air itself seemed woven with death. The cultists kept coming. They drowned the guns not by defeating them, but by feeding them beyond endurance. Barrels overheated. Ammunition belts ran dry. Servitors jammed. Gunners wept blood from ruptured ears and kept firing until their weapon housings glowed. When one gun fell silent, the cultists threw themselves toward it and died climbing the corpses of those who had died before them. The second layer advanced behind them. Traitor Guard came in armoured blocks and trench lines, firing from behind the living screen. Heavy stubbers hammered, mortars coughed. Basilisks taken in older wars answered loyalist guns with stolen thunder. Renegade grenadiers moved through the gaps left by the dead, placing charges against outer trench gates, throwing smoke, cutting wire, bayoneting wounded defenders who had no ammunition left. They seized the trenches not cleanly, but by filling them. Men fought chest-deep in bodies. Laser guns fired muzzle to muzzle. Knives went into throats. Teeth found ears, fingers, exposed skin. The trench floors became so slick with blood and mud that men drowned where they fell. The third layer broke the gates. Demon engines struck Hive Primus like hate given iron legs. They came through shellfire with plates burning and mouths open. One engine shaped like a brass hound took 3 Lascannon strikes to the chest and kept running until it hit the east gate. Claws digging into adamantium, reactor heart pulsing with furnace light. Another crawled through a minefield with half its limbs gone, dragging itself forward by hooks sunk into the ground, laughing through speakers made from human jawbones. Siege crawlers rammed the gatehouses. Melter charges bloomed white. Chains thicker than tree trunks were dragged into place, pulled by engines and screaming slave teams. The gates did not open. They were torn. The fourth layer entered. Malrek led the Chosen through the breaches where elite defenders still held. Militarum Tempestus squads fired from murder holes. Sable Warden survivors occupied inner galleries. Their numbers diminished, but their discipline unbroken. They killed traitors with bolter volleys and plasma fire, falling back by chambers, never surrendering a corridor without leaving it filled with enemy dead. Malrek met them with the patience of a butcher who respected sharp knives. His Chosen advanced behind boarding shields, breaching charges, and disciplined fire. Bolter shells detonated in enclosed spaces, turning men into mist and armor fragments. Power blades sparked. Chain axes bit. Every meter was purchased in blood thick enough to make boots stick. The fifth layer remained in the sky until the command lines exposed themselves. Then the Raptors fell. Haarken led them toward the palace bastion. Lord Marshal Holt had refused evacuation before dawn. The offer had come from 3 authorities. Naval Command had signalled that a narrow extraction corridor might be forced from the western sky docks. The remaining ecclesiarchy demanded his survival as a symbol. The Sable Wardens advised relocation only if command continuity could be preserved. Holt denied them all. He turned the palace bastion into a kill box. Every hall was mined. Every stair had overlapping gun lines. Every statue concealed murder holes. Every devotional alcove held either explosives, gun servitors, or oath-bound men waiting to die at 5 paces. Dead man detonators were wired beneath marble floors and behind stained glass windows. Entire corridors had been flooded with promethium vapor to ignite on command. Servitors were chained into wall recesses with heavy bolters fused into their arms. The surviving palace guard, militarum officers, stormtroopers, and Sable Warden remnants were placed not to survive, but to slow. Holt stood in the throne hall at the bastion's heart. It had never been a throne for kings. Morant Vane did not tolerate kings. It was a command throne, built of iron, stone, and old conquest banners, raised beneath a vaulted ceiling of stained glass, showing the emperor as judge, warrior, corpse, and son. Around it, command hololiths flickered with dying sectors of the Hive. The palace shook with impacts. Dust fell from the saints carved into the walls. Holt wore his carapace breastplate, his power saber at his side, his bolt pistol loaded, his face bloodless but composed. Major Wren was dead. He had died at the hardline altar when the western relay vault collapsed, one hand still holding the final authentication rune closed. Holt had ordered the body left where it fell. There was no time for honours. There was only use. The palace battle became intimate after the Grand War. Outside, millions died under artillery and engine fire. Inside, men killed each other at arm's length in corridors too narrow for glory. Bolt shells detonated against walls and filled halls with stone dust, blood spray, and armour shards. Chainswords chewed through flak, carapace, ceramite, and bone. Defenders fought over floors slick with their own dead, slipping as they fired, reloading behind piles of bodies, dragging wounded officers aside only if those officers still carried command codes. Servitors kept firing after their heads were destroyed, guided by simpler machine wrath. Mines went off beneath traitor boots and loyalist boots alike. Whole rooms vanished behind pressure waves and falling ceilings. Haarken entered through the upper killing galleries. His raptors came with him, descending through ventilation shafts, blown roof sections, and shattered observation domes. Several died at once. Holt's preparations were not ornamental. A hidden Lascanon took one raptor through the chest and punched him backward into his own claw. A stasis mine caught another mid-leap, holding him frozen long enough for palace guards to fire until his armor opened. A murder hole spat melter fire across Vorgast's flank and left one wing vein molten. Still, they descended. Haarken struck the upper nave floor, killed the nearest gun servitor with a spear thrust through its ammunition heart, and moved toward the throne hall. At the final corridor, the Sable Wardens made their last stand. Chaplain Baroch, Nemean waited beneath a cracked archway, skull helm blackened, Crozius broken, bolt pistol empty. Around him stood 4 brothers. One had no left arm. One had a chain blade lodged through his abdomen and had simply cut the weapon's teeth from the motor casing so he could keep fighting. One carried Captain Varn's cracked combat shield. They did not speak. Haarken did not offer them words. The fight was brief and terrible. A raptor died with his helm crushed beneath Nemean's broken Crozius. A Sable Warden lost his head to the Hellspear and remained standing for 2 heartbeats before collapsing. Vorgast dragged one loyalist down and tore through the neck seal with his replacement claw. Nemean reached Haarken and struck him hard enough to crack the already wounded breastplate. Haarken answered by driving the hellspear through the chaplain's abdomen and lifting him from the floor. Nemean still tried to fire his empty pistol. Haarken tore him from the blade and threw him into the wall with enough force to break the stone saint behind him. The throne hall ceiling exploded inward. Raptors breached from above in a storm of shattered stained glass, falling stone, and engine fire. Their jump packs blasted loose flesh from corpses already torn open by bolt fire. Guardsmen beneath the breach became pulp under descending ceramite. One man's body burst against the floor so violently that his ribs skittered across the marble like thrown bones. Glass rained through the smoke in glittering colours, cutting faces, slicing exposed hands, catching in pools of blood. The Emperor's stained glass image came down in fragments, his golden face breaking over the command throne in a shower of jagged light. The last palace guard fired anyway. Holt had chosen them well. They died around him, not before him. Their guns made the traitors pay for every step. A stormtrooper put a plasma bolt through a raptor's helm and died when the warrior's falling corpse crushed him flat. A palace officer detonated a dead man charge under his own feet, taking 3 cult champions and half a wall with him. A wounded colonel with no legs fired a las pistol into Malrek's chest until the chosen officer ended him with a bolter shell to the face. Then there was space. Then there was silence, thin and temporary, breathing beneath the burning ceiling. Haarken Worldclaimer walked through the ruin toward Lord Marshal Holt. The surviving raptors spread around the hall. The chosen held the doors. Smoke coiled around the command throne. Outside, Hive Primus continued to die by layers. Inside, 2 commanders faced one another over a floor made slick by the end of a world. Holt drew his power saber. Its blade flickered to life with a blue field, steady despite the blood on his glove. He held it well, not like an artist, like a soldier who had practiced because practice was duty. His bolt pistol remained in his other hand, angled low. Haarken stopped beyond striking range. He did not offer surrender. He did not offer ascension. He did not speak of gods, bargains, inevitability, truth, or damnation's mercy. He had no interest in turning Holt. He had no need to decorate the end with philosophy. The Lord Marshal had spent a world to buy time and had still lost. That was enough. "You held longer than many," Haarken said. Holt's mouth tightened. Praise from a traitor is another form of filth. It was not praise. It was measurement. Holt looked past him, toward the shattered roof, the burning sky, the dying Hive. For one moment, the weight of every order he had given seemed to settle behind his eyes. The purges, the sealed gates, the abandoned staff sections, the artillery strikes, the men spent by the million. He did not look ashamed. He looked emptied by arithmetic. "I bought time," Holt said. "Yes," Haarken replied. "And now I will spend what remains of you." Holt fired. The bolt pistol cracked once, twice, 3 times. Haarken moved with brutal speed, but not without cost. One shell struck his shoulder guard and detonated, blasting away a strip of black ceramite and old parchment. Another hit his damaged chest plate and drove him back half a step. Holt advanced behind the shots, power saber raised. The old mortal struck for the weakened side. Haarken parried with the spear haft. The power field screamed against demon-touched metal. Holt pivoted and fired again at close range. The shell struck Haarken's thigh, worsening a wound that had never fully sealed. Blood ran down black armor. Haarken's return blow came with the back of his gauntlet and shattered Holt's bolt pistol hand at the wrist. The pistol clattered away. Holt did not cry out. He cut instead. The sabre carved across Haarken's forearm, slicing through a cable bundle and drawing sparks. Haarken caught Holt by the breastplate and hurled him backward against the command throne. The mortal hit hard enough to crack the iron backing, but he kept the blade in hand. He dragged himself upright, blood running from his mouth. For a human, he had lasted too long. That made the end better. Haarken advanced. Holt raised the sabre one final time. "The Emperor protects," he said. Haarken lowered the hell spear until its blade pointed at Holt's heart. "Then let him protect you from this." He struck. The hell spear punched through Holt's breastplate, through flesh, through ribs, through the command throne behind him. Holt's body arched around the impact. Blood spilled from his mouth, black in the smoke-dim light. Haarken drove forward with both hands, forcing the spear deeper. The throne cracked. The floor split beneath it. Stone fractured outward in jagged lines. Still, Haarken drove. The hell spear passed through the throne, through the palace floor, through the sanctified foundations beneath the hall, and down into the bedrock of Morant Vein. The world seemed to shudder around the wound. Holt hung pinned to his own command throne, eyes open, mouth filled with blood, one hand still locked around the power saber that had failed to save him. His final breath came wet and quiet. It did not carry a prayer. Haarken leaned close to the dead Lord Marshal. "Proof," he said. Then the palace bastion's remaining vox systems awakened, and Morant Vein heard the silence where its commander had been. Morant Vein was dead, but it would not be silent. The world burned with too many mouths. Fires moved across continents in long red seams, crawling through refinery belts, corpse fields, promethium lakes, dead forests of antennae, and cities that had forgotten the names of their own districts. The oceans were black with ash. Their tides carried wreckage from orbital stations, drowned pilgrim barges, fuel slicks, and the swollen bodies of men who had tried to flee a war that had already entered the water before them. Chemical rain fell from a sky scarred open by lance fire and falling ships. It hissed against hot armor, cooked exposed flesh, and filled shell craters with steaming pools where faces floated upward from the mud. The broken vox masts still spoke. Some leaned over avenues paved in skull fragments and spent shell casings. Some jutted from collapsed hab towers like ribs from a split carcass. Some had been repaired with bone, wire, and the hands of dead signal officers. The heads nailed to them had begun to rot, but their mouths remained open around the cables punched through their throats. Every few minutes, static crackled from teeth, brass speakers, cathedral horns, tank relays, and half-buried command shrines. Morant Vein has 80 days. Count them in screams. The promise had already come true. That did not matter. A prophecy fulfilled was still a weapon if enough survivors were forced to hear it. Hive Primus lay open to the poisoned heavens. Its palace bastion was a split ruin, its command throne broken beneath the weight of Lord Marshal Holt's corpse and the wound of the Hellspear. Its basilica stood desecrated at the crown, altar cracked, pulpit blackened, high confessor still pinned through spine and stone where Haarken had left him. The corpse of the warlord Titan. Dominus Invictane sprawled across outer districts like a fallen mountain, half buried in corpse mud, machine oil, and pulverized stone. Smaller god engines lay beyond it in the wastes, imperial and corrupted alike, their cooling reactors steaming under the rain while scavenger gangs and slave cohorts fought beneath their dead shadows. Orbital elevators hung from the sky in broken lengths, their cables dangling like severed spinal cords through cloud and smoke. One had fallen across 3 Hive districts and cut them in half. Another still burned in the upper atmosphere, a chain of molten debris slowly descending link by link. Across the ash plains, trenches had filled and overflowed with bodies until no trenches remained. Only red-black canals where helmets, rifles, hands, and prayer tokens surfaced whenever shell impacts stirred the slurry. The victory had shape. It had weight. It had a stench that rose through broken districts and reached the upper landing platforms, where the Black Legion gathered its spoils. Haarken Worldclaimer walked through Hive Primus without haste. He did not walk as a conqueror inspecting his new domain. He walked as a blade being returned to its sheath after slaughter, still wet, still sharp, already meant for another throat. His armor was blackened by the campaign and marked by every lesson Morant vein had purchased with blood. Plasma scars crossed his breastplate. Sword cuts split the gold trim. His Surfer 5 pattern jump pack growled unevenly with each step, repaired but not healed, its left turbine bound in black iron and sacrificial chain. One helm lens remained cracked. He had refused replacement. The fracture pleased him. It made every ruin appear divided, every flame doubled, every survivor already half dead. Behind him came slaves bearing trophy hooks, chain nets, reliquary cages, and iron poles for the heads worth keeping. They were mortal men, gaunt beneath ash-grey rags, their spines marked by shock collars and oath brands. Some had served the Imperium months before. Some had served the Black Legion for years. None looked at Haarken's face unless ordered. He did not collect the weak. The weak were plentiful. They clogged avenues, filled pens, screamed in chains, drowned in their own panic, and died too easily to matter. Their bones would become road fill. Their flesh would go to vats. Their names would vanish before the next campaign, translated from the warp. Haarken took trophies from those whose deaths could speak. Lord Marshal Holt's command signet was cut from the dead hand that had signed away districts and armies. The hand itself was preserved, fingers curled around the broken stump of a bolt pistol grip. Captain Arctos Varn's cracked helm was taken from the Sable Warden's dead, its left lens still fractured from the duel at the Wall of Martyrs. Chaplain Nemian's skull helm was chained beside it, black stripes scored but visible beneath dried blood. Colonel Arturos's breastplate, split by the hell spear in command mustering square, was scraped clean enough for the wound to show. High Confessor Valek's tongue was placed in a reliquary file, preserved by Drajal IX's artifice, so that it twitched whenever Haarken's proclamation was played nearby. These things had meaning. Meaning was ammunition. Vorgast limped beside him through the ruin of the upper basilica, one replacement talon dragging sparks across the cracked marble. The Raptor champion's right wing vein had been sheared away during the palace assault. His jump pack coughed blood-black exhaust. One side of his helm had been gouged open, showing pale flesh and a single murder-red eye beneath. "The occupation cohorts request your judgment," Vorgast said. Haarken stepped over a priest's corpse. "They do not require judgment. They require chains." Cult demagogues already argue over the lower districts. They may argue until one kills the others. Then he will have proven sufficient. The Traitor Guard commanders demand allocation of surviving armor. They may demand from Malrek. Malrek has no patience for mortal command disputes. Then they will learn brevity. Vorgast made a sound that might have been laughter if it had not been filtered through damaged vox grills. Malrek waited outside the basilica beneath the broken wings of an imperial saint statue. His armor had lost much of its ornament. One horn of his helm was broken. A sable warden blade had cut through his left pauldron and deep into the fibre bundles beneath, leaving his arms slow and stiff. He stood before rows of lesser commanders, cult officers, armour captains, and overseers taken from among those who had survived the final assault. They listened, because those who had not listened were stacked nearby with their throats open. Malrek had divided the city with old certainty. The lower Habs would supply slave columns. The Manufactoria would be restarted under warpsmith supervision. The corpse plants would be cleansed only enough to function, then fed without pause. The surviving ammunition lines would produce shells for Black Legion guns. Penal assault waves would be branded, armed badly, and sent ahead of the next invasion. Children old enough to carry loads would carry them. Men old enough to die would die in ranks. The sick would go to vats. The resistant would go to sacrifice pens. The skilled would be chained to their skills until those skills or their bodies failed. No mercy was discussed. Mercy had no department in the machinery of conquest. Dragel 9 ruled the machine zones already. The warpsmith had lost 3 mechadendrites in the taking of the astropathic chambers, and the stumps had been replaced with crawling bundles of wire taken from the Palace Vox altar. His hood twitched with hidden mechanisms as he watched cohorts of slaves dragged toward the damaged Manufactoria. Around him, butcher priests branded men with heated icons of the eye. Those who screamed too much were beaten. Those who did not scream were marked for closer inspection. The surviving population of Morant Vane entered its new purpose beneath whips, chain collars, shock staves, and the muzzles of guns. In the plaza below the basilica, slave columns stretched beyond sight. Men stood naked to the waist in chemical rain, while overseers burned numbers and ownership marks into their backs. The old regimental soldiers were separated from labourers, not out of respect, but because men who knew how to hold rifles could be spent more profitably in penal waves. Priests who had survived were gagged with wire and sent toward the sacrifice pens, where demonic engines stamped and steamed in anticipation. Administratum clerks were chained to data desks. Medici staff were dragged toward flesh foundries. Munitorum adepts were given knives and made to sort ammunition from the hands of the dead. Corpse starch vats reopened before the fires in some districts had gone out. The first bodies fed into them were the nameless. The second were those who had tried to hide ration stores from the conquerors. The third were those who could no longer stand in line. Flesh entered. Paste emerged. The slave columns were fed. The machine endured. Haarken watched none of it with satisfaction. Satisfaction belonged to appetites that ended. His did not. A Black Legion emissary reached him at dusk, as dusk existed on a world where the sun no longer mattered. The warrior came from orbit in a battered dreadclaw, landing amid the shattered avenue before the palace bastion. He wore Terminator plate without ornament beyond the Eye of Horus, and a command seal locked within a casket of black iron. He knelt, not to Haarken, but to the authority carried in his gauntlets. Abaddon's will had returned. Every warrior present felt the change in the air. Vorgust lowered his head. Malrek turned from the occupation orders. Dragel 9's mechadendrites stilled. Even the slaves knew enough to look at the ground. The casket opened. No voice emerged. No vision of the War Master appeared in witchlight. Abaddon did not need spectacle to be present. His command lay in the seal, in the blood-black wax, in the pressure that entered the hearts of those who had sworn to the Long War and never been released from it. Haarken read. Morant Vane was not the destination. It had never been the destination. Its fall opened a route through storm-torn space. Its defense grids, shipyards, corpse-fed labor reserves, ammunition stores, and broken population would serve the next thrust. The path bent toward the greater wound of Imperium Nihilus, toward the burning corridors of the Nachman Theatre, toward worlds that still believed distance, walls, fleets, angels, or faith could purchase them survival. Morkant Vane had been preparation, a sharpening stone. Haarken closed the command seal. "Orders?" Malrek asked. "Harvest what can move," Haarken said. "Repair what can kill. Burn what cannot be carried, enslaved, corrupted, or made to speak." "And the world?" Haarken looked out across Hive Primus. The dead city answered with flames, collapsing towers, and vox masts repeating his promise. "Leave rulers for ruins," he said. "I am not a governor." That night, the Black Legion began to depart by degrees, not fully, never wastefully. Occupation forces remained. Warpsmiths claimed Manufactoria. Cult demagogues received districts like bones thrown to starving hounds. Traitor Guard garrisons took the gates. Overseers counted slaves beneath floodlights, powered by the city's own reactors. The Black Legion left enough strength to hold what mattered, and enough cruelty to teach the rest obedience. Haarken's inner circle was smaller when it returned to the dread omen. Some raptors had died in the hunter net. Some had burned in the sky above Tarsus. Some had fallen at the palace. Vorgast lived, diminished in body and sharpened in spite. Malrek lived, his old armor cracked, but his command intact. Drazel-9 lived, though parts of him were now Morkantine machine work and dead astropath nerve. Karzoth's warband had been reduced to fragments during the Southern Trench feints, and Karzoth himself had not survived an argument with Malrek over spoils. Haarken did not mourn him. He remembered only that the fool's impatience had drawn 3 Imperial artillery batteries out of concealment. Useful. That was enough remembrance. In the embarkation avenue beneath the palace ruin, a mortal slave approached carrying Holt's preserved command hand inside an iron case. The man was thin, ash-marked, and trembling from exhaustion rather than courage. His collar marked him as property of the Raptor host. He had survived the loading pens by speaking clearly, obeying quickly, and never asking questions until now. Haarken accepted the case. The slave bowed so low his forehead touched the bloody stone. "My lord," he said. Haarken looked down at him. The slave swallowed. "What world is next?" For a moment, only the burning hive answered. A tower collapsed somewhere in the middle distance, sending sparks up through the rain. A broken vox mast clicked, cleared its throat through a dead man's jaw, and repeated the old promise again to a world that no longer needed warning. Haarken turned toward the waiting gunships, toward the black ships in the bruised heavens, toward the war that had no ending and needed none. "The next one that still believes it has time," he said. The slave did not understand. That was acceptable. He would. Above Morkant Vane, the dread omen took the Herald back into its iron belly. Launch decks swallowed raptors, chosen, trophies, slaves, and cages of screaming prisoners selected for later proclamation. The fleet gathered itself from the corpse world's orbit while fires burned beneath it like devotional candles lit for damnation. Astropaths taken from the broken chambers of Hive Primus were chained into new cages. Vox shrines were fed fresh throats. The heads of Morkantine commanders were mounted where their mouths could be wired open and made useful. Haarken stood once more in the strategium as the hololith of Morkant Vane shrank behind him. Another world turned in its place. It hung amid storm routes, war lanes, contested void, and the bleeding geography of a sundered imperium. Fortress lines, bastions, Orbital defenses, armored corridors, millions under arms, billions under fear. A world that believed itself a lock upon the darkness. Haarken rested the Hellspear against the deck and watched the new target turn. Soon, its bells would ring without hands. Soon, its commanders would hear their dead speak. Soon, another population would learn that a warning from the Worldclaimer was not a threat, but a calendar. The hololith sharpened, and the name of the next apocalypse burned in cold light. Vigilus.